Hey guys, tonight we delve into a dimly lit wooden enclosure where whispers reverberate like secrets trapped in cobwebs. You're standing at the threshold of the first confessional booth ever erected, and yes, you probably won't survive this without a few raised eyebrows. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, feel free to drop your location and local time in the comments, because confession practices vary as much as pizza toppings across the globe. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You step into your narrative time machine and find yourself in 13th century Europe. The air is thick with the scent of tallow candles and the faint odor of livestock from the church's courtyard. You shuffle forward in a hushed cathedral, its stained glass windows casting jewel-toned patterns across cold stone floors. It was at the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215, yes, a council so notorious they practically needed their own pop-up notification in parchment form, that the church mandated annual private confession for all Christians. This council, a mainstream historical pivot, sowed the seeds for the confessional booth's emergence, intending to standardize penance and ensure each soul was accounted for under ecclesiastical oversight. You can almost imagine bishops arguing over the proper decibel level for sinners' tears. Historians still argue whether this mandate was more about spiritual care or a brilliant way for the church to keep tabs on everyone's dinner table gossip. The earliest confessionals were nothing like the stylish booths you see in modern Catholic churches. They were simple wooden partitions cobbled together by local carpenters who probably thought, hey, we've got enough planks to build a coffin or a confessional. Might as well try both. By the mid-1200s, curious little hutches began cropping up in congregations glowing dimly by candlelight. You can practically hear the timid scrape of a wooden stool as a priest settles on one side and a penitent makes their way in on the other. Beneath your fingertips, the rough wood feels like a promise of absolution, yes, but also a promise of intrigue. In those early days, priests wore a surplice over a cassock and sat with a Latin breviary on their lap, presumably reading psalms to maintain that holy vibe and also to drown out any awkward coughs or sniffles. Meanwhile, penitents knelt behind a grill, scribbling scribbles of self-incrimination onto scraps of parchment, or simply blurting sins into the void. Some medieval parishioners even confessed sins to strange objects like pet ferrets, before the idea of a bona fide confessional booth took root. Yes, there was once a fringe belief that animals could absorb sins. Don't Google that before bed, or you'll never sleep again. You notice how the booth's design evolved quickly, a vertical wooden partition with a window near shoulder height, often adorned with carved crosses and sometimes gargoyle-shaped spandrels, to scare the honest folks into full disclosure. The grill, typically oak or walnut, served as a one-way filter for sound, though any echo could sound like a demon growling from below. With each carved pattern, priests must have felt simultaneously proud of their aesthetic choices and unsettled by their own handiwork. One funny note, a few artisans included little bird motifs, perhaps hoping divine sparrows would perch and deliver messages directly to God, bypassing the priest altogether. But it wasn't all sacred glam. You can sense priests pacing outside their parish chapels full of anxiety. Sure, they had theological training, but did they have training for listening to someone lament that they once stole a neighbor's goat and sold it for ale money? Probably not. The booth's enclosure offered anonymity and privacy for penitents, but it also amplified every cough, hiccup, or uncontrollable sob. Through the grill, you jolt at a sudden creak. Maybe the confession booth is collapsing under the guilt of sinners, or maybe it's just a loose plank. The dim flicker of candlelight turns each shadow into something sinister. Is that a rat? Or the specter of your own unconfessed, embarrassing cold-calling incident 2 months ago? Yep, medieval tech had its own version of call-screening priests could refuse to confess certain unprintable sins under pain of scandal. Still, penance awaited. Meanwhile, you can practically hear debates echoing in monastic halls. Edward, the monk scribe, in a dim fresco, argues with Brother Thomas. Private confession is a tender act of mercy, to which Thomas grumbles. Tender. It's a recipe for gossip, Edward. Historians still argue whether confessional anonymity loosened tongues or loosened tongues too much. Everyone's fear of being overheard fueled suspicion of hidden racks of secrets. That scholarly kerfuffle colored the booth's invention. Was it truly a tool for grace or a cunning mechanism to secure the church's grip on every whispered transgression? Your senses heighten when you imagine the texture of that first grill-polished wood, worn smooth by decades of sin, its edges rounded by countless fingers trembling in guilt. The echo in the booth's tiny chapel alcove makes every word seem loaded with cosmic significance. One moment, a penitent whispers, "Forgive me, Father, for I have lied about my mother's age to secure a better dowry," and the next moment, the priest hears the rasping wheeze of a rat skittering along the rafters. He swallows hard. Literal rats were an occupational hazard in medieval parishes, but moral vermin were a whole different breed. A quirky detail emerges: some early booths included a small shelf where penitents left tokens, pebbles, scraps of cloth, or even miniature wax candles as a vow for penance. These tokens, once a communal fixture, took on a superstitious life of their own. People believed if you dropped a blessed pebble at the confessional's threshold, you might ward off the plague or gain special access to saintly indulgences. Historians still argue whether indulgences sparked genuine repentance or sprouted corruption like mold on stale bread. You lean in, noticing the faint ink stain on a priest's sleeve, remnants of hurriedly annotated penance lists. He'd scribble 2 Hail Marys, 10 Our Fathers, but also reminder notes. Watch out for that blacksmith's son. He's been a tad too noisy about village rumors. This booth, you realize, was more than a simple wood and grill affair. It was a nerve center for moral surveillance. Priests weren't just hearing sins, they were curating a mental Rolodex of who owed favors, who needed to fast, and who might be on the brink of excommunication. It was like a medieval suggestion box, except instead of compliments, it overflowed with self-recrimination. Despite its ecclesiastical blessings, anxiety stalked priests, rousing their ledger of confidential admissions. You picture the booth's tiny candle guttering out on a stormy evening, thunder rattling stained glass, and the priest finger tapping on the partition, thinking, Did that whistle come from the wind outside, or a demon listening to every misstep? The mysticism surrounding evil spirits in confession was no idle chatter. Early church doctrine warned of demonological interference, claiming that malevolent forces could impersonate penitents or twist their words. Fringe rumor had it that some demons learned human sins like blacksmiths forging weapons and then whispered back telling priests, "You too have cursed the church. Guilty, cue the shudder." The psychological weight of hearing sins you share in private became another jolt. Priests, after years of theological study, found themselves caught in a cognitive dissonance. They were vessels of mercy, expected to absolve skull-splitting guilt, all while questioning whether they themselves might deserve similar judgment. Some priests reportedly wore penances like iron chains literally, after hearing particularly gruesome or blasphemous confessions, believing they needed physical atonement themselves. Imagine showing up to morning mass shoulders, rattling the pews, blinking at parishioners who can't help but gossip. "Nice chains, Father." "What did you do?" "Knock over the candy stand." You can almost smell the fear and incense mingling when a jittery priest confides to a fellow cleric, "If I mispronounce one absolution, do I risk damning the flock?" Theological manuals warned of peculiar errors that could lead to soul wreckage, and the scholarly debate persisted. Was private confession truly the path to divine grace, or an open invitation to psychological collapse? Historians still argue whether the confessional's enclosed nature provided genuine solace or simply trapped priests in a feedback loop of second-hand guilt. Even liturgically, the booth carried odd acoustic consequences. Some priests swore they could hear a sneeze from 3 cubits away, while others claimed to detect faint moans, only to realize it was a stray cat mewing beneath the pew. Years later, one Gothic fresco depicted a confessor with a pinched face, clutching an oversized ear trumpet, hoping to catch the next sinner's breath without missing a word. You chuckle, imagining a priest walking around with an absurdly long brass horn, maybe the medieval precursor to #ASMR. As the first confessional booths crystallized across Europe, priests found themselves walking a tightrope between confidentiality and clerical oversight. They carried rosaries in one pocket and fear in the other. Every anxious twitch or creak in the booth could mean a soul teetering on damnation or a nervous rat burrowing into their sandals. In this cramped wooden hutch, the line between penitent and saint blurred, and priests worried their own unconfessed faults. The forgotten vow, the momentary lapse of faith, would manifest as a ghostly whisper, tainting every absolution offered. If you think your smartphone autocorrect can make you panic, try imagining mishearing a life or death confession through a medieval grill. Finally, you step back from that first booth candlelight flickering on your face and sense the paradox, a sanctuary meant to free souls, yet it built prisons within priests' minds. In that era, confessional booths were both a theological triumph and an existential trigger. Authorities hoped to shepherd lost sheep toward salvation, but instead birthed a breed of clergy paranoiacally checking corners for lurking demons. You can almost feel the dust settling on those wooden walls as the first penitents stumble away, hoping their whispered, "I'm sorry" is enough. And as for the priests, they're left staring at the grill, wondering which of their unspoken sins might have slipped out. In the crackling darkness, you slip back into the tiny confessional alcove where the oak grill's carved crosses cast shifting shadows on the priest's cassock, and you realize that these wooden walls hold more than whispered regrets. They trap echoes of sins that no amount of incense can ever fully burn away. Priests, in theory, were ordained to absolve souls under the inviolable seal of confession, but the reality was that those same men found themselves haunted by damning secrets, jolting them from tranquil prayers into sleepless nights. You probably wouldn't survive this without a few mental scars, and the irony is, priests dreaded these booths almost as much as sinners did. You kneel behind the grill's shadowed screen, carefully balancing the weight of anticipation and dread in your chest. In 1219, Pope Honorius III reaffirmed that no priest could divulge what he heard behind those bars, a mainstream historical fact that ensured absolute secrecy, but also cemented a psychological burden. Imagine knowing that the moment you lift your head and pronounce, "I absolve you," you carry the penitent's guilt as a stowaway in your soul. Some priests likened it to carrying a cursed amulet. They wore the sacramental seal as proudly as one might wear a medal, yet it felt more like a shackle. You shiver as a draft skitters under the door. Maybe it's the wind, maybe it's the chill of unspoken transgressions. In theory, absolving a sinner washed away the penitent's sins, entirely returning their soul to a state of grace. But in practice, priests believed those sins lingered like stubborn mildew on old stone. They worried they'd absorb a fraction of each confession, tainting their own spiritual purity. Fringe rumors even suggested that wicked penitents could transfer demonic fleas through their words, infesting a priest's conscience until he was practically hopping with evil critters. Historians still argue whether these demon flea tales were genuine folk beliefs or just a cheeky way to discourage jokesters from confessing pranks. You hear a soft creak as the priest adjusts himself on the narrow pew, straightening his surplice so it doesn't brush too loudly against the vertebrae of his nervous spine. He stares at the tiny grill window with a mixture of reverence and terror. After all, every confession he hears is a sacred pact sealed in inkless blood, binding him to unbreakable secrecy. You remember that grill from Section 1? Its wood grain turns a deep brown, with every passing decade soaking up sin like a thirsty sponge. Now imagine you're the sponge. Inside your mind, you juggle second thoughts. What if the penitent reveals a sin so monstrous that even divine mercy might balk? What if this sinner is confessing to heresy, admitting belief in Wycliffe doctrines, or secretly worshiping old pagan gods? You feel your palms grow clammy, just picturing the drama. By the early 1300s, courts in France recorded at least one instance where a priest slipped into a panic because the penitent confessed to forging a bishop's seal, an act that technically made the priest party to high treason if he uttered absolution. Suddenly, your own laundry pile seems a safer responsibility. The enclosed booth amplifies every sound. A penitent's shaky breath rattles like a rattlesnake in the reeds, and the priest's pulse thumps loud enough to be mistaken for a war drum. He recalls that in 1294, Pope Celestine V warned that mishearing a confession could have eternal consequences. You can almost feel the weight of that warning pressing down on the cramped wooden slats. Each hesitant, "Forgive me, Father," could mask the darkest of truths, murder, blasphemy, even demonic covenants. Fun fact, some fringe sections of medieval belief held that admitting to dealing with werewolves could transfer lupine lycanthropy to the absolving priest. Historians still argue whether such beliefs were widespread or confined to remote villages, hallucinating under too much mead. Your ears catch a faint drip of wax from the candle behind you. You glance at the flickering flame, wondering if it's an omen. A single drop hitting the floor could sound like a scream in this silence. In the booth's gloom, you almost taste the smoky incense while feeling a layer of sweat prickling at your spine. The priest's job was meant to comfort, but you realize it often did the opposite. Even if penitents only confessed to petty thefts, like poaching a neighbor's goose, the priest would replay their voice all night. "I stole the goose," a simple phrase burned into memory like a branding iron. Jokes aside, you might think, well, at least it wasn't blasphemy. But then a new penitent arrives confessing they crafted a homemade idol of St. Anthony and worshipped it under a full moon. Suddenly, the stakes leap to cosmic scale, and you wonder if your own sleep pattern is worth the risk. In a tiny side chamber, priests sometimes kept a little stool to jot down notes, but not for sharing. Those scribbles were personal reminders. John Smith 3, Hail Marys no meat. Wednesdays, or warn Brother Peter about his gambling. But scribbling too many penitent names invited trouble. Rumors swirled that lazy monks stuffed confession scrolls into dungeon walls, using them as fire starters when visitors got too chatty. That's a fringe tidbit. Who wouldn't want a fire-starting confession scroll? Makes modern Kindle books look downright bland. You pull your robe tighter around yourself, half hoping a gust of wind might fling open the booth's door and release you. Instead, you catch the faint aroma of musty mildew, either from the damp stones or the weight of centuries-old confessions. Priests often reported chills not from the cold, but from sensing weighty sins swirling around them like invisible bats. One early chronicler wrote that a particularly ferocious penitent confessed to stealing a chalice from his own church and using it to brew illicit ale. Upon absolution, the priest claimed he heard rattling chains inside his skull for weeks afterward. Historians still argue whether such chains were physical Gothic relics or psychosomatic cataclysms triggered by guilt. You lean forward and peer through the grille's lattice, spotting the penitent's quivering hands as they clutch a tattered rosary. You almost want to shout, "Hey, at least mine only stole honey from the neighbor, not holy vessels." But there's no time for jokes when confession urgency flares like wildfire. The penitent's voice is a whisper barely above a moth's flutter. "Forgive me, Father, for I have..." The priest manages a deep breath. His palms beneath his folded stole are clammy, his heart racing faster than a hunted doe because the penitent has screamed, "I practiced witchcraft." That one admission could unravel his spiritual equilibrium. If he absolves too casually, rumor says he risks sharing in the witch's pact. If he hesitates, the penitent might think him a damn judge rather than a merciful shepherd. You feel goosebumps crawling up your arms as the penitent describes the rituals performed under moonlight, digging roots, mixing herbs in a black iron pot, chanting in a language no one in this parish dares admit they understand. The priest's face turns ashen memories of candlelit demonology classes flooding back, Those who consort with the wicked shall fall into deeper darkness. You imagine a rogue toad slithering along your ankle. If you think your rivalry with autocorrect is bad, try fearing that the word wolf might actually summon a werewolf spirit. Then the priest recalls a slightly more mainstream theological reassurance. Once absolution is pronounced, no mortal can undo it. Yet his mind stumbles over a fringe belief from dusty, hand-copied manuscripts. Demons could impersonate penitents to trick priests into cursing the innocent. It's like horror movie tropes creeping into real life. The call is coming from inside the booth. You can practically feel eyes watching from beyond the darkness, although it's probably just the servant boy who forgot to snuff the candle. Or maybe it's the shadow of your own sweat-damp hair. Either way, the priest's hands tremble on the polished wood like a nervous toddler playing Jenga. Your ear picks up a distant bell toll from the church tower, 6 o'clock time for Vespers. But inside this box, time morphs. Moments stretch, and you become hyper-aware of every particle of dust dancing in the candlelight. One stray mote glints like a star, prompting you to wonder, is that a sign of divine presence or just an errant speck? Priests sometimes reported visions of angelic light flickering across the grill, but only when they were exhausted enough to hallucinate. Historians still argue whether these supposed visions were genuine mystical experiences or just a result of sleep deprivation after a 3-night confession marathon. You try to lighten the moment with a mental joke. Well, at least nobody's confessed to necromancy in here yet, but the words stick in your throat. The penitent's sob is too real, too raw. As they recount handing stolen church silver to a traveling minstrel, confessing to lying about communion bread, you can sense the priest's moral distress like a physical weight on his shoulders. He must balance mercy and doctrinal correctness. If he's too lenient, he might encourage sin. Too harsh, and he may crush a soul. It's a tightrope made of guilt, edged with fear of divine retribution. As the penitent finishes with a trembling amen, the priest closes his eyes and whispers the formula, ego absolvo te. You feel a surge of relief wash over him, swiftly replaced by dread. He knows he cannot erase the memory of that voice, that admission of sacrilege. Even as he sprinkles holy water in his mind, he senses that seed of doubt, the fear that somewhere someone else is confessing something far worse. He steps out, candle in hand, and the confessional door creaks shut behind him, sealing away the penitent. But do not be fooled. The grill's shadows cling to him, ghosts of ceremonial beans, for penance forever whispering, "You carry me now." The priest moves down a dark corridor, each stone step echoing the confessions lodged in his memory like stowaways. He tries to attend Vespers in the chapel, but the words of St. Augustine, "A good conscience never sleeps," ring in his ears. Should he have probed deeper, historians still argue whether a priest's unwillingness to press penitents harder was an act of mercy or an abdication of duty. If he had asked, "Are there more sins?" would the penitent have admitted forging a bishop's signature? Or would that have been too much bordering on inquisitorial coercion? You might feel a head shake as though each question is a potential snake underfoot. He plops into a pew, hands still trembling, and watches the monks intoning the psalm. The holy Latin syllables feel oddly hollow, like a lullaby that missed its cue. He glances at the hands of the clock. No, that's right. They measured shadows back then, not hands. So he waits for the Tuesday candle service. In this small town, priests took turns hearing confessions all week, like an endless relay race of guilt. By the time midnight rolls around, even the holy water seems tainted. You sense the priest's panic heighten when he recalls a rumor in nearby villages penitents sometimes left curses behind words intended not to absolve, but to damn. A fringe idea held that if a sinner died before completing penance, their final words could latch onto the confessor, twisting his mind. That's less comforting than a horror flick. Historians still argue whether these rumors were actual folk theology or just church gossip gone wild. A low breeze blows in through a narrow window, as if the cathedral itself exhales. You shiver again, remembering Section 1's rattling rat-rats that scurried in rafters sometimes seemed to the superstitious like miniature familiars. Now the priest imagines them carrying fragments of confessions to nooks, beyond nibbling away at his peace of mind. The grill, once a sacred barrier, now feels like a portal between the penitent soul and the priest's own fragile psyche. Finally, he bows his head and risks a small nervous smile, like when you overshare at a party and hope nobody notices. He thanks God he got through this shift without mispronouncing contrition. But as he extinguishes the candle, one last doubt niggles at him. Did he truly absolve that penitent with a pure heart? Or did he unwittingly let a whisper of defiance slip into his lips? Cursing another soul, you almost expect to hear that same penitent's voice calling out in the valley beyond. Father, wait, I need one more penance. You slip back into the aisle, leaving the booth behind, but its presence lingers. Each scratch on the wooden walls tells a story of heard and unheard confessions, a tapestry woven with hope and terror. For priests, these booths were both sanctuary and prison, meant to be places of divine mercy, yet often cramped under the weight of shame and otherworldly dread. If you ever thought your job was stressful, imagine having to comfort sinners while carrying their darkest secrets in your soul, like an extra pocket filled with prickly briars. As you step away from the confessional's hush, you note how the church's stone corridor seems brighter, but you can't help glancing back, wondering what voices you might have missed, what shadows you'd left unexamined. In the medieval mind, every word was magic and every confession a possible curse. And as night settles over the village, you can almost hear the ghosts of unspoken sins rattling the banisters, waiting to slip into another unsuspecting critic. So you tuck your surplice closer, take a deep breath, and remind yourself, mercy is a heavy mantle, and sometimes the saints themselves need absolution. You step back toward the confessional booth, that familiar wooden enclave where every creak and shuffle feels like a prelude to revelation or damnation. The grill's dark lattice greets you like a silent sentinel, its carved crosses forming a fragile barrier between two worlds, the penitent's guilt-ridden murmur and the priest's solemn absolution. Here, voices behind the grill become more than mere words. They morph into echoes that linger long after they vanish, curling around your thoughts like tendrils of incense smoke. In medieval Europe, Confession booths were often tucked into dim side chapels where flickering candles danced with the shadows. By the 14th century, many churches had installed fixed wooden screens, yes, actual screens, not the Instagram kind, between priest and penitent, ensuring absolute anonymity. This fact is as mainstream as it gets. Bishops decreed that suitably crafted confessionals would encourage more honest contrition, especially after the Black Death reshaped societal fears. Historians still argue whether these screens genuinely fostered sincere repentance or simply cloaked the worries of surreptitious sinners. You can practically feel the collective doubt of clergy echoing through the centuries. You peek through the grille slats, imagining the penitent on the other side's shoulders, hunched hands, gripping a rosary until the beads jeer at them like unwelcome gossip. The space is cramped. Dust motes drift lazily in the candle's warm glow, each particle a silent witness to countless "Bless Me, Father" confessions. The grille's wood feels rough under your fingertips as though every grain holds a secret. One quirky tidbit from a dusty parish chronicle mentions that some demands for penance were written on scraps of yew wood. Chosen rumor says because of its supposed protective virtues against evil spirits. Whether true or not, that fringe belief added to the booth's eerie reputation. People worried that demons lurked just beyond the screen, waiting to exploit any slip of the tongue. As you settle into the familiar hush, the priest's voice floats from the other side, still echoing as it bounces between stone walls. "Speak, child, and unburden your soul." His tone is soft, almost lulling like a lullaby, sung in Latin. Yet even in that sleepy cadence, you sense his own tension icked out by whatever he might hear today. He's wary because hearsay travels fast. Rumor has it a certain friar in Avignon once heard a confession so dark that he reportedly fled the booth mid-absolution, tripping over his own cassock on the way out. That's a fringe tidbit that makes your toes curl. What could be so unspeakably evil that the mere act of hearing it drives a priest to the brink of holy meltdown? Your senses heighten. The scent of burning beeswax mingles with stale mildew as if penance itself had a smell. You can almost taste the metallic tang of fear in the dank air. Every breath you take seems thick, like inhaling syrup, but you force yourself to exhale, reminding yourself that you're just an observer, at least for now. The penitent's voice emerges quavery as a leaf in a storm. "Forgive me, Father, for I have doubted." That's not terribly scandalous. You think more of a spiritual hiccup than a life-threatening sin. But suddenly, the words shift. "I have heard voices whispering in my dreams. They told me to sacrifice my neighbor's cat, to use its blood for a charm." Your heart skips now. That's dark enough to give anyone nightmares, medieval or modern. You squint through the grille, straining to see the penitent's features, but the dim candlelight turns them into a vague silhouette. The anonymity is part of the confessional's draw, but also what makes it so terrifying. You never know if you're hearing an honest soul or a demon wearing a human mask. Lurking in remote villages, folklore held that some demons specialized in confession booth conjuring. These entities, called confessio nymphs, in certain whisper networks, supposedly slit their own throats in hellfire just to masquerade as penitents, luring priests into pronouncing false absolutions. Fringe, yes, but those shadows move in unexpected ways. Historians still argue whether such beliefs were widespread folklore or concentrated in certain folklore-heavy corners of Italy and France. You can't help but imagine a hunched, red-eyed spirit wriggling through the grill, its voice a blend of cat hiss and panther purr. If it were trying to intimidate a priest, trust me, it would. The priest exhales, his rasping breath echoing like a ghost's lament. He clears his throat, the sound bouncing off the wooden slats. You imagine him thinking, all right, time to play it cool, while inside his mind a frantic hamster wheel of fear spins. The penitent continues. They said that if I refused, they would mark me with an invisible brand, one that only the priest could see. You shudder, picturing tiny scorch marks traveling up the spine. Perhaps why some clerics carry tiny silver implements to detect demon brands, or so the rumor said. A quirky tidbit indeed. Whether those silver tools were practical or just expensive church bling is left to speculation, but the notion alone could make any priest's skin crawl. The penitent's words tumble over each other. I spoke with a woman at the market, a witch she claimed, and she showed me how to weave spells into my prayers. I tried, Father. I really tried. The word witch sends a sharper chill through the booth than any midnight draft. Witchcraft in 15th century Europe was a high-stakes accusation. Mainstream historical fact by the late Middle Ages, witch hunts were already bubbling, and the Church's Inquisition eyed every confession box with hawk-like suspicion. You can almost hear the clink of an iron cage somewhere beyond the altar where convicted witches might await grim judgment. Yet you also detect a tremor of rueful humor. At least it's not tax evasion, you muse silently, though forging a bishop's seal might be the next worst. The priest leans in, voice hushed but firm. Did you perform any unholy rites yourself, or merely listen? He's careful. One wrong word might send the penitent into deeper guilt, or worse, summon a demon. He remembers a tale from the north of Germany where a certain Father Johannes confessed that he once believed he heard a demon's confession right back at him, only to learn later it was a prank by mischievous theater students. Yes, amateur demon goosing was apparently a medieval thing. You stifle a laugh, picturing stage hands in hooded cloaks flinging pillows to fake demon roping. But there's a scholarly dilemma brewing in the priest's mind. Was the penitent's fear genuine psychological terror, or merely a byproduct of mass hysteria fueled by church sermons about witch-infested land? Historians still argue whether medieval confession booths became stages for morphing minor mental distress into full-blown demonic panic. You can sense that debate sizzling just beneath the surface like a hidden ember waiting to ignite ancient anxieties. Beyond the grill, the penitent's whispers grow frantic. Last night, I saw them figures in shadow, dancing around my bed, chanting insults about the holy water. I woke in a cold sweat, and I knew I had to confess. The priest's knuckles whiten as he grips a small wooden cross dangling from his rosary. He flicks a bead, 1 Hail Mary, 2 Hail Marys, 3. The rhythmic prayer is almost meditative, a tether to sanity amidst swirling dread. You note the tiny grooves on the beads, worn smooth by countless prayers, each representing a soul seeking solace. It's both comforting and eerie, like a medieval fidget spinner, but instead of calming anxiety, It reminds you of how many souls have clamored for mercy. A draft sweeps in through a tiny gap in the roof, coupling with a distant thunderclap. The candle trembles its flame, flirting with darkness as though waltzing with unseen specters. You feel your own breath catch, whether from the gloom or from a sudden flash of empathy for that priest you can't tell. The penitent's voice cracks. Father, I believe they're inside me. Their voices echo when I close my eyes, telling me to burn down the church with its congregation. Now, that's a confession straight out of a modern horror flick. You swallow hard, hoping the confessionals' wooden barrier truly keeps out malevolent forces. But medieval superstition held that demon voices could sneak through any crack, including the human mind. Few priests slept soundly after a midnight bout of confession. Some claimed to hear phantom cat calls in their sleep, perhaps just neighborhood cats, perhaps something darker. You lean closer to the grill as if proximity might reveal the truth. The priest whispers, "Have you sought help from a learned monk or potion brewer?" He's probing, careful not to turn this into an inquisition. In certain locales, local healers, often called cunning folk, offered charms or herbs to ward off evil voices. A quirky tidbit, they sometimes used powdered wolfbane mixed with wine as a throat gargle to dispel sinister utterances. Whether wolfbane actually shrank demon tongues or just made people spit more convincingly remains uncertain, though no one would argue you spit more convincingly after garlic. The penitent's response is a ragged whisper. I tried, but the voices said the bruise was my soul, so the poison would kill me instead. At this point, you feel your stomach churn. Mental torment here is 1,000 times worse than any cat-induced scratch. The priest pauses, his voice gentle. We shall pray together, for God's mercy is stronger than any malevolent spirit. You sense that reassurance, though it's laced with desperation. A mainstream historical fact lingers. Medieval clergy often combined prayer with exorcism rites, believing that only sacred words could shatter demonic influence. Historians still argue whether these rites expelled actual spirits or merely soothed the disturbed mind. As the priest dips his fingers in holy water and sprinkles droplets that sizzle on the grill, you almost expect a faint pop like bacon, strips hit by a rogue drop. Then a sharp rap, a knock from the outer chapel, makes both of you jolt. You wonder, is it a fellow clergy member demanding urgent news or a vengeful spirit banging to be heard? Probably just old Brother Matthias wanting to pawn another strange relic last week. He tried to trade a saint's toenail for a loaf of bread. That sort of, was it a relic or wormy husk, confusion fueled fringe gossip. What if forged relics were cursed, marking priests who bought them? Now you realize how easy it was for medieval minds to craft conspiracy after conspiracy. The priest exhales, murmuring, "Tell me who curses you, fully name them." You feel a flicker of skepticism. Is it possible the penitent truly had a dark emissary hidden in her soul? Or was she just sleepwalking through guilt? Either way, the booth's claustrophobic hush amplifies every syllable like a megaphone in a cathedral. Even a slight cough reverberates, sounding like a beast's roar. You recall how in Section 1, a priest once mistook a rat scurry for a growling demon. Rats thriving in thatched roofs. Were the medieval conference podcasters for gossip, earning them as much fear as actual spirits. As the penitent's name tumbles out, a local woman forced to abandon her farm after famine sympathy greets you, but dread follows hard behind. The priest's staff, a simple wooden crozier, feels heavier now, as though its weight is proportionate to the sins it's soon to counteract. He whispers, "Place your hand over your heart and repeat after me, guiding the penitent through the five-fold act of contrition, sorrow, confession, penance, absolution, and satisfaction." You watch breathlessly as she mirrors each step, her voice quivering but growing steadier. And though you know the prayer by heart, who doesn't at this point hearing it in that intimate claustrophobic context sends a chill down your spine. Finally, the priest pronounces the absolution formula, et tibi liceat cum pace proficici, and may you depart in peace. At that moment, the tense hush breaks as the penitent exhales a breath that sounds like a trapped animal finally freed. The candle's flame steadies, no longer flickering wildly. You feel a soft sigh wash through the booth, redemption perhaps, or mere relief at survival. The penitent whispers a heartfelt, "Thank you, Father," and shuffles away, leaving only a faint scent of lavender from her handkerchief. The priest remains, his palm pressed to the grill's rough surface, as if drawing solace from its solidity. You sense his shoulders relaxing ever so slightly, though his eyes still dart around, searching for shadows he can't quite name. That's the thing about voices behind the grill, whether whispered by mortal lips or malevolent spirits. They linger. Even after the penitent leaves, their echoes twist in the booth's corners like forgotten prayers seeking ears to perch on. You, in contrast, step away with a newfound respect for the psychological crucible that was the medieval confessional and altar of mercy that also served as a crucible of dread. You slip back into the hush of the nave, that lingering candlelight still flickering on the worn flagstones, as you ponder how priests could harness both mercy and torment within the same wooden booth. Now you realize their greatest fear wasn't just the sinner's damning words, but their own unconfessed faults slipping into those darkened slats. You probably won't survive this barrage of guilt without a minor existential crisis. Remember to like and subscribe only if you genuinely enjoy my sleepless musings and share your location and local time. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's continue unraveling the threads of anxiety that bound medieval clergy to fear. Once you realize that priests made the rules mandating secret confessions, decreeing penance, even dictating absolution, you also grasp that they themselves had to abide by those very rules. The Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, a mainstream historical fact, decreed strict clerical celibacy. In practice, many priests struggled to keep vow and virtue aligned. Scandals abounded of secret liaisons with barmaid Mary or discreet fathering of wayward children. Those whispered rumors bore a heavy price. If discovered, a priest risked not just excommunication, but outright public disgrace, like a medieval influencer caught using filters only instead of unflattering selfies. It was unflattering moral failings. Historians still argue whether the specter of such scandals made priests more vigilant about sinners, or simply convinced them that everyone, including themselves, was doomed anyway. You step lightly past a row of pews, feeling your toes brush across a smudged patch of old goat hair, an offering from a penitent goat thief. Perhaps. The air holds an odd musk, a blend of musty stone lingering incense, and faintly the stench of sweat from countless confessions. As you approach the confessional booth, you can almost feel the weight of every unspoken vow and furtive trespass that a priest might carry. The grill's wood feels warm, almost alive with residual energy, as though every clandestine sin left a fingerprint on its surface. Now, imagine you're the priest inside. You put on your surplice and cassock, absently smoothing creases. You hope no one notices spilling wine on it. Last eve, during Vespers, was awkward. On the walk from the dormitory to the booth, you passed by that same barmaid Mary who watched you with familiar, reproachful eyes. She'd waved you, hadn't waved back. Little does she know how many Hail Marys you whispered that morning, pleading forgiveness for sinful glances. You hurry to the confessional, hoping that the faint smell of lavender from that penitent last week still clings to your nostrils, distracting you from your own lingering guilt. Once inside the cramped chamber, the grill looms like a silent judge. You press your palm against its rough wood, folk wisdom echoing in your mind. Some believe that if a priest's unconfessed sin touched the grill, it would seep into the wood and poison the penitent's absolution. A fringe belief, perhaps, but potent enough to give any priest second thoughts before sliding into the booth. Historians still argue whether such rumors were actually taken seriously or were just clever rumors to keep the clergy humble, like an ancient version of telling new interns they might get bit by an office dog, even though that dog is a stuffed bear. You glance at the candle flickering on its wrought iron stand. It casts a jittery light that makes the booth's corners look like gaping maws. If you squint, you can almost see the ghostly silhouette of your own unconfessed misdeeds. Maybe that time you failed to perform last week's absolution properly, or misquoted a psalm. Or perhaps it's the mismatched candle stubs under the bench, one from the shrine of St. Dymphna, one from a local widow who paid for a mass in her husband's memory, reminders that you juggle mercy like a circus performer juggling flaming torches. Imagine dropping one. It's a fiery disaster. Your breathing becomes shallow. You stir the prayer beads in your hand, one Hail Mary, two Hail Marys, and remember the story of Father Benedict of Liège, who reportedly collapsed midway through a confession after recalling his own theft of church bread during a famine. That's mainstream enough. Priests were human, and hunger made saints of them unsaintly. You sense that same gnawing knot in your gut as you recall your own moral stumbles, like the blacksmith's forge, where you pocketed a silver horseshoe for studying purposes. Was it penance-worthy? You hope so. Just then, a penitent slips into the booth opposite. You barely hear the soft shift of their straw sandals on the stone floor. Without looking, you assume they come bearing confessions of petty theft or gossip about the mayor's crooked tax schemes. But part of you worries, what if they reveal a secret sin that mirrors your own, or worse, a sin you committed but somehow forgot? As you adjust your position on the little wooden bench, you notice the bench's seam is cracked. Rumor said that if a priest kneeled on a cracked bench, it would splinter and release curses lodged in its grain. A quirky detail, yet enough to send shivers up your spine. If you thought your boiler had drains, wait until you consider your bench harboring netherworld fleas. The penitent clears their throat. It's a young man, his voice low and urgent. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. I took a note meant for the bishop, refolded it to hide the gossip, and passed it along. You inhale sharply office politics, even in the Middle Ages. You know that lying about a bishop's note is a mortal sin, punishable by penance so long and arduous you'd need a second lifetime to complete it. Dejection clings to you like a damp cloak. This man's betrayal of trust is precisely the kind of sin you privately fear. Because once you lift that grill, his confession becomes part of your own moral ledger. Your fingers tighten around the rosary. Each Hail Mary you've counted this morning feels flimsy, like thinking, please don't let the church roof collapse when a storm brews. You attempt to steady your voice, recalling the church's doctrine, the confessor is like unto God in his power to forgive. But in practice you question whether you truly have the power to forgive when your own power feels so flawed. Historians still argue whether imbuing priests with such divine authority created more moral pressure than spiritual uplift. In your mind, it's like giving a teenager the keys to a Ferrari and telling them not to crash it. You take a slow, measured breath air, scented with beeswax, lingering incense, and the faint trace of rot from meat left at the foot of a nearby altar. The stench reminds you of last month's penitential offerings, half-rotten fish, a hymn darning. Once a penitent even donated a live chicken that squawked through matins before sneaking its way under an altar. That bird is probably still clucking somewhere, sort of the medieval version of a rogue email that just won't go away. The penitent's voice trembles as he confesses that he's also abandoned ties for months, feigning poverty while actually thriving on tobacco sales. You bite your lip tobacco, certainly a luxury one that came with its own moral debates. The crowd of monks chanting in the next aisle seems distant, as if performing a ritual for someone else. You know you have to respond with something profound, something that absolves, yet instructs. But as you open your mouth, you recall your own failure to donate wheat during last season's poor harvest, hiding the grain for your family first. You wonder if the man before you is damned for hoarding coin, does that make you equally liable for hoarding grain? The confessional's darkness amplifies the guilt, and once again you wrestle with that dread. What if you're the next penitent confessing to yourself? In a tight booth, like this time, warps. A single minute can feel like an hour when you're grappling with your own skeletons and someone else's. You hear the penitent's voice quaver, I'm sorry, Father. I tried to make amends, but the guilt bulldozed me. Each syllable is like a weight pressing on your chest. You want to impart comfort. God's mercy is boundless, you might say, but your throat constricts as your own guilt. Limit that mercy. You feel as though you're bouncing on a tightrope coated in moral honey, ethical and slippery one misstep, and you're engulfed in sticky shame. Your heart pounds like a war drum. The penitent offers to undertake fasting for 50 days, pilgrimage to Santiago, and almsgiving beyond measure. You know the church's penance guidelines: fish on Fridays, fasting on Ember Days, pilgrimage, if possible. Yet you hesitate. Should you grant extravagant penance or encourage something more realistic? more than anything you fear, that imposing too harsh a penance reveals you as hypocritical. Easy for you to say you imagine him thinking you haven't stolen wheat from starving villagers. But if you go too easy, you feel like a derelict shepherd neglecting your flock. It's a no-win scenario that gnaws at your conscience. Finally, you muster the words. Perform 3 acts of charity this month, fast on Wednesdays and Fridays, and pray the rosary daily. It's neither too lenient nor ruinously harsh. You state the formula of absolution: I absolve thee, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and sprinkle an invisible sign of the cross. At that moment, the wood beneath your hand feels unusually cold, like the bench is drawing away warmth to remind you you are not impeccable. The penitent whispers, Amen, and departs, the lattice creaking as the door swings closed. You remain seated, bead still in hand, breathing in the blend of soot, incense, and dust. The penitent's footsteps fade into the distance, and the chanting monks resume their psalms. You run a thumb over the rosary beads and note how each bead has a silent story. Beyond penances, some held prayers for rain, others carried curses against tavern keepers. A quirky detail, in northern France, certain priests used salmon-shaped rosary beads to remind penitents of Jesus' miracles. Others used beads carved from whale bone for dramatic effect. Whether those beads provided actual comfort or were just sea-themed flair is up for debate. Now, alone again, you confront your reflection in a small polished mirror at the back of the booth. You see only a tired face, creased by worry eyes, reddened from lack of sleep. You brush a lock of hair from your forehead and wonder if that solitary curl is a sign of divine favor or just poor barber work. You shake your head no matter how you spin it. Your own hidden sins swarm you like a plague of mosquitoes. The stillness is suffocating. You clasp your hands, leaning forward until your forehead almost touches the grill. You mutter a private confession. Forgive me, Father, for I have neglected my prayer discipline and stolen grain from the church storehouse. As these words slip past your lips, though there is no other priest here, you imagine them dripping through the grill like tears. It's the ultimate irony, confessing one's own guilt to empty air, hoping to feel absolved. Will that suffice? Or will the specter of those sins linger, affecting every future absolution you impart? Historians still argue whether a private internal confession held any theological weight compared to formal penance. In other words, is mental contrition enough? Or do you need a public act of penance to truly cleanse your soul? You close your eyes, letting your breath fog against the cool wood of the grill. The candle gutters softly, no phantom screech this time, just the quiet hiss of wax. You whisper a final amen, as though acknowledging that the burden of being both judge and sinner is woven into the booth's very design. Rising, you step out of the confessional and feel the weight of unconfessed and confessed sins alike, and slip it behind you, hoping it stays like a backpack you can set down. You walk into the chapel's glow, determined to complete that threefold charity you assigned the penitent tonight's first stop, the local leper hospital. Turning away from the booth, you cast one last glance back, sensing its hunger for new confessions and recalling how its walls, carved and darkened by ancient hand, hold a mirror for every flawed priest. If you ever doubt your worthiness, just remember, Each carved cross on the grill signifies a soul wrestled back from darkness, and every priest who sat here knew that his own shadows lurked just beyond that lattice. You return to the quiet of the chapel scriptorium, where the lamplight flickers over tones of parchment, and you sense how the confessional booth's impact rippled far beyond timber and grill into hushed scholarly debates in dusty abbey halls. Here, amid the low hum of quills scratching vellum, learned monks and theologians grappled with a pressing question. Did anonymous confession truly cultivate genuine repentance, or did it erode moral accountability and undermine the Church's authority? Historians still argue whether the anonymity intended to protect sinners actually masked deceit and fostered complacency, turning confession into a shadow play rather than a solemn act of contrition. You settle at a rough-hewn oak table, noticing a stack of leather-bound tomes, canon law texts, annotated by scribes whose quills must have worn down to tiny stubs. One of these is Gratian's Decretum, a mainstream historical cornerstone compiled around 1140 that codified many early church canons. There you find discussions on secrecy and penance, where Gratian's followers praised anonymity as a way to encourage more honest disclosure. Yet, scribbled in the margins are marginalia by Perugia friars arguing that anonymity could embolden impenitence. If I know Father Ignatius cannot trace this confession back to me, why should I feel true shame? As you turn pages, you can almost hear the rustle of robes overhead, as if the voices of medieval scholars hover among the candlelit arches. Across the aisle, a monk named Brother Edmund leans over his own work, correcting a colleague's rubric that declared anonymity to be divinely ordained, fostering humility. He smirks, recalling how just last week a certain Lord Randolph confessed to embezzling tithes and then bragged about it at a banquet confession by ink, but no genuine change of heart. Edmund jots a note, anonymous or not. If you continue stealing sheep, your confession becomes a loop, treadmill step, and step-out repeat. That's a quirky tidbit. Sheep theft was considered so rampant that some parishes installed iron sheep cages beneath the stalls, medieval DIY security, if you will. Whether those cages deterred livestock larceny or simply turned sheep into unwilling iron bearers is up for debate. The debate wasn't limited to petty theognostic concerns. Bishops convened provincial synods to formalize practices. In 1274, at the Second Council of Lyon, clerics argued whether penitents should be required to confess face-to-face rather than through a screen. Some claimed that barrier-free confession restored pastoral connection, ensuring penance wasn't simply a button to absolve guilt. Others insisted that anonymity allowed timid souls, especially women who risked scandal, to speak freely. Historians still argue whether such synods struck a balance or just swapped one mask for another, trading physical partition for verbal anonymity. You can almost hear quads of chanting in Latin anon, anon let the sinners come on, anon, though medieval monks likely had fewer puns and more solemn chants. Leaning in, you notice subtle shadows played by candlelight across the pages like a medieval highlight reel, guiding your eye to phrases marked with red ink. Under Summa of Thomas Aquinas, someone penned, "Priest must probe deeper to ensure true contrition." You imagine Aquinas' beard slightly singed from too close candle flame, wondering if the mote of dust dancing above his nose was a stray thought or a sign from above. He argued that contrition wasn't merely admitting wrongdoing, but feeling genuine sorrow. Yet, if anonymity allowed a penitent to confess the same sin 5 times a year without change, Aquinas might have tossed his ink pot in frustration. Legend says he actually hurled a quill at a distracting student, once an early version of teacher throwback challenges on TikTok. You pause, feeling the flicker of torchlight on a nearby wall painting. It depicts a priest holding a rosary in one hand and a scroll listing unrepentant sinners in the other, a symbolic balancing act between mercy and accountability. That painting underscores a mainstream historical truth. By the late 14th century, some dioceses mandated double confession, one before a screen, another face-to-face, hoping to catch deception. This hybrid method earned mixed reviews. Critics called it clerical overkill, while proponents argued it kept penance sincere. Historians still argue whether double confession improved moral rectitude or just fostered resentment. Who wants to queue twice for moral scrutiny here? Your eye drifts to a quill-dipped inkpot, its rim stained black like an unrepentant soul. You remember a fringe anecdote in certain Gothic cathedrals. Priests believed that ink used on confessional registers could absorb latent guilt, causing it to sizzle when dry. They'd test a page by lighting it. If it hissed, they'd smudge holy water on it to neutralize the sin-tainted ink. You smile at the notion, like modern antivirus software scanning for malware in suspicious emails, though medieval malware was more likely powdered beetle juice. Your mind wanders to the cloister's library, where Brother Solomon compiled sermons arguing that anonymous confession risked turning the sacrament into a ritual devoid of personal responsibility. He once wrote, "What value is a confession? Devoid of the courage to face our neighbor, he advocated for community-based penance, public acts, pilgrimages, visible hazes of flagellation." Yet others, like Sister Marjorie, a nun known for her progressive bent, argued that women and the poor needed anonymity to avoid social fallout. If a woman confessed to unchastity, a public reveal could brand her worse than plague. Here you see the tension. Anonymity might protect the vulnerable, but it could also enable the unscrupulous to exploit secrecy. Historians still argue whether these protections outweighed the risks of moral laxity. You shift in your seat, feeling the chill of the unheated stone floor. You can't decide whether to admire or pity these medieval scholars hunched over their scrolls like bats in a cavern of parchment. You scratch your chin, recalling how just last month you overheard a late-night forum where modern scholars debated whether the anonymity of internet confessions parallels medieval practices. Is Reddit just the digital confessional for 21st century sinners? Somehow picturing a priest in a cassock reading a Reddit post about confessed. "I stole Mom's credit card for Fortnite skins" seems both hilarious and disturbingly apt. A monk named Brother Bartholomew ambles over adjusting his glasses that are probably enchanted, well, maybe not enchanted, but certainly expensive eyeglasses arrived in Europe in the 1280s, a mainstream fact, often overshadowed by the rabbit hole of philosophical debate. He peers at your notes and mutters, "Without anonymity, many would never step forward. But with complete secrecy, accountability is moot." He pauses, then in a cartoonish whisper adds, "It's like giving someone a free hall pass and hoping they don't rob the treasury." You chuckle your cellmate might have recorded that remark to use as comedic relief during Vespers. Meanwhile, Sister Juliana scribbles a note on a scrap of papyrus recommend confession before Bishop Quarterly with veil for women. Her suggestion surfaces another scholarly schism. Should confession be exclusively a parish-level duty, or should it rotate to higher ecclesiastical courts to verify penitent sincerity? The latter risked overburdening bishops. The former risked local collusion. Taussian Archdeacon Hughes' bitter complaint about parish priests who turned confession into a sin taxi, shuttling poor souls between booths until penance felt like a bad Uber ride. Historians still argue whether the shift toward more decentralized booths eased the burden or simply spread anxiety like wildfire across dioceses. You take a moment to stretch, feeling the joints in your back protest. The torches on the wall flicker as if coughing from their own waxy lances. A thought pops in, maybe friction from all this theological grappling set the stage for Luther's later outcry in 1517. He hammered his 95 Theses, partly because he felt confession had become overly transactional indulgences sold like carnival tickets. That mainstream historical fact can't be ignored. The very debates about anonymity and moral accountability fueled broader questions about clerical authority. Historians still argue whether Luther's rebellion was a natural extension of anonymous confessional faults or a radical, unrelated flashpoint. Either way, the seeds of the Reformation sprouted in these ink-stained halls. Your fingers brush over a vellum fragment depicting penitents lining up for confession behind a wooden grill, an image eerily similar to today's grocery checkout lines. You almost expect beep-beep sounds of medieval barcodes scanning each sinner's moral worth. Instead, you feel a twinge of solidarity with those ancient parishioners, their fears, desires for mercy, and hopes of a fresh start mirror your own anxious, why did I eat that leftover cake moments. The confessional's allure lay in its promise of a clean slate, but the price was a temporary surrender of personal accountability to an unseen judge. Leaning back, you reflect on a curious fringe belief. Some monasteries kept 2 confession booths, one for ordinary laity, one for nobility. The noble booth had thicker grills and shuttered windows, shielding high-born sinners from public scorn. Meanwhile, commoners got the squeaky floorboard booth where anyone might hear their confession if a door swung open. This stratification, you laugh inwardly, foreshadows modern VIP lanes at amusement parks, fast-pass confessional, skip the line if you've got enough coin to bribe the bishop's nephew. Yet the inequity fueled resentment. Why should a count hide his adultery behind thicker wood, while a shepherd's son suffers the squeaks of shame? Ecclesiastical councils debated whether to standardize booth builds, but the horse had long bolted. You imagine the shepherd boy's humiliation as a priest wheezed, "Bless me, Father, for I have fornicated with my Lord's daughter," followed by the daughter's own confession in the VIP chamber, velvet draped and hushed. Now that's a soap opera worthy of medieval prime time. You, scribbling notes by lamplight, realize that the debate over anonymity isn't just academic. It's a mirror reflecting the human struggle between wanting privacy and craving accountability. As the scriptorium's door creaks open, a novice boy in training offers a jug of fresh spring water, better than that stale tap water you had in the common room. You take a long drink, feeling the chill slide down your throat like a cold stream. It's refreshing, reminding you that even amid the weight of centuries-old debates, a simple sip can ground you in the present. You glance around at the stacks of vellum and quills, recalling how this very room hosted fiery arguments where monks might have thrown quills instead of insults. Maybe Brother Edmund did once hurl a quill who can say, such antics, though underscored a vital truth, moral and theological debates thrived when anonymity allowed people to speak freely, yet each argument risked sowing seeds of division and doubt. Before you depart, you run a finger over a large map tacked to the wall, mapping the spread of confession booths across Christendom, from Italian city-states to remote Scottish highlands. The map's tiny illustrations show priests hunched behind grills, penitents kneeling with heads bowed, an image that haunts you. Outside the castle gates, a faint wind rises, and you sense the world beyond these stone walls, villages buzzing with rumor nights, returning from crusades with guilt heavier than chain-mail farmers hoping their sins could vanish like morning dew. You note down a final reflection. Anonymous confession was intended to cultivate humility and honesty, offering solace to the shameful. Yet it also risked cultivating moral indifference, allowing repeated sins to roam unchecked. Historians still argue whether the benefits outweighed the costs, or if anonymity served as both sanctuary and snare. As you close your ledger, you understand that this debate, rooted in a simple wooden booth, echoed through centuries, shaping faith, power, and identity. Stepping out of the scriptorium, you feel a gentle draft rustle your robes, as if the very walls whisper, does anonymity save or doom us? The choir's rising chant drifts from the great nave, a soothing hymn beseeching divine mercy. You pause, placing a hand on your heart, and wonder if you confessed your deepest, darkest secret behind that grill, would you find true relief or just another layer of doubt? The candlelight dims, and you exit into the cloister's twilight, carrying the weight of this eternal question with you, anonymous, yet profoundly accountable, a paradox that shaped an age. You slip back into the church's cool hush, guided by the soft glow of flickering candles, ready to explore how the very wood and stone conspired to turn confession into an architectural anxiety attack. Now, you realize that medieval confession booths weren't just spiritual chambers. They were sonic pressure cookers. You probably won't survive this without at least one phantom creak making you jump. Remember the drill, like, and subscribe. If you enjoy these late-night ecclesiastical deep dives, drop your location and local time, then dim those lights, turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into another layer of medieval claustrophobia. The first thing you notice is how impossibly cramped these booths could be. Many early confessionals were literally repurposed alcoves or little wooden boxes wedged between pews, sometimes no larger than a coffin, ironically reminding you that your secrets could kill you softly. A mainstream historical fact: by the mid-1500s, during the Council of Trent, 1545 to 1563, the Church began issuing standardized guidelines for confessional design, recommending a separate compartment for the priest and another for the penitent, with a sturdy grill in between. Before that, booth designs varied wildly. Some Parisians stuck two pews together and draped a curtain while wealthier cathedrals erected lavish confessionals with carved oak gold leaf and stained glass. Historians still argue whether the Tridentine reforms improved privacy or simply made priests hoardier about space. Imagine a European IKEA with rulebook instructions. Step 1. Attach this grill. Step 2. Sacrifice personal comfort. Stepping inside one of these pre-Tridentine boxes feels like sliding into a wooden sarcophagus. You brush your hands along rough-hewn planks, knotted oak or pine, still fragrant with resin. If resin smells like a Christmas tree, imagine a Christmas tree tossed in a bucket of dust and guilt. The bench is narrow, its surface carved with initials and crude sketches, half-finished hearts, crudely drawn crosses, and a stick figure boasting, "I beat the parish choir in an arm-wrestling match." That last doodle is a quirky detail, hinting that the booth wasn't just a confessional shrine. It was also a medieval graffiti wall. Some scribes actually argued that these carvings captured the direct voice of the laity, a raw, unfiltered catalog of local personalities. Other monks considered it sacrilege. Imagine Greek-style defacing of a white marble statue, except this statue occasionally swallowed salvation. You settle into the priest's side of the booth, only to realize there's barely room to sit without shoving your knees into the grill. If you're 6 feet tall, forget it. Your knees are scraping the roof, your forehead grazing a dusty crossbeam. You press your back against the wooden slat and notice a tiny narrow slit cut into the wall beside you, a speaking window that connected to the sacristy. Some priests used it to receive whispered updates from novices or to sneak a quick peek at the nave, ensuring no one was smuggling in contraband like wheelbarrows of ale during confession. You smirk, talk about multitasking under pressure. It's like trying to text while riding the world's most judgmental roller coaster. As you lean forward, the grill's lattice looms massively, its diamond-shaped holes just large enough to spot a pair of pleading eyes. You inhale the faint scent of tallow and old incense, recalling how some monks believed that lingering odors, especially frankincense, purified not only the air but also the soul. Fringe rumor has it that if a penitent carried a particularly foul odor, say from weeks of avoiding bathing, they'd be asked to stand at a greater distance lest the stench repel the priest's prayers. Historians still argue whether this practice was widespread or simply whispered gossip in cloistered corners. Either way, you can't help but be glad you've charged your electric aroma diffuser. The booth's acoustics catch you off guard. The thinnest whisper from the penitent ricochets off the wooden planks, magnifying every syllable. If someone lets out a soft sob or the slightest hiccup, it sounds like a banshee waking up in a haunted barn. You cup your ear to the grill, trying to pinpoint the source of a sudden tap. Was it a rat scuttling across the rafters or something worse? In some French parishes, priests believed that the booth's wood absorbed silent prayers and released them as buzzing sounds at midnight, signaling the need for more midnight vigils. It's a pesky belief, and historians still argue whether those midnight buzzes were real or simply the wind whistling through ill-fitted panels. If you ask me, I'd say it was probably just mice auditioning for a medieval minstrel gig. You let out a soft sigh and recall that these acoustic quirks sometimes played havoc with liturgical precision. One 15th century cleric named Father Guillaume of Chartres reportedly had to retake absolution thrice because he misheard venial sin as venomous sin, causing him to insist a penitent had tried to poison their neighbor. Cue the panic, the penitent nearly handed over a live chicken to prove they were innocent of witchcraft, only to discover that Father Guillaume simply had lousy soundproofing. That anecdote, while likely more parish legend than documented fact, adds a dash of human fallibility to the proceedings. Historians still debate whether such misunderstandings were isolated mishaps or symptomatic of widespread acoustic shortcomings in rural chapels. Shifting your weight, you feel a subtle vibration beneath the bench as the church bell tolls the hour. The sound travels through the floor like your spine is a tuning fork and reverberates through the booth. For a moment, you're certain a giant skeleton is dancing in the nave, but it's just Brother Matthias polishing the altar rail with too enthusiastic a stroke. That vibration, though, underscores how confession booths were rarely sound-isolated sanctuaries. Instead, they sat in the middle of church sound zones where vespers chanting, bell ringing, and the hum of parishioners waiting in line created a symphony of distractions. Imagine trying to concentrate on someone's darkest secret while the choir belts out Kumbaya. It's like conducting an orchestra in the middle of an airport terminal. The plume of incense from the sanctuary drifts toward you, tickling your nostrils. You sense the subtle shift in temperature as a hidden fireplace's warmth seeps through the shared wall. Medieval architects often built confession booths adjacent to chapels with small carved windows at floor level to allow heat to circulate. This fact is both practical and cringeworthy. On cold winter mornings, priests could feel a warmth at their feet even while their heads froze. One Friar Benedict lamented in his journal, "Blessed be the Lord for coals, lest we freeze our tonsils off while guiding sinners to salvation." Historians still argue whether these holes compromised privacy or simply improved comfort, like debating whether heating blankets outweigh webcam hacking. You draw in a breath and lean back against the bench, letting your senses swirl. Your fingers graze a carved inscription, Ave Maria Gratia Plena, possibly a penitent's hurried prayer, or maybe a novice's doodle during a dull sermon. Beneath that, someone scratched RG was here for 32, capturing a moment in time like a medieval tweet. These markings remind you that the booth was more than an inert piece of furniture. It was a canvas for human emotion, from contrition and devotion to mischief and graffiti. In that sense, every scratch and doodle is a whisper of history, translated through wood rather than digital code. Your ear picks up an odd flutter like a moth's wings brushing against a candle. The booth's wood grain sometimes caught thermal currents, causing tiny gaps to shift, and let in a stray breeze, making it sound like ghostly footsteps. Some monks believed these drafts were diabolical portent signs that demons were visiting newly arrived penitents. One fringe tale describes a certain Abbess Hildegard dreaming of rats that whispered confessions at night, only to discover that the so-called rats were just bits of torn parchment floating on a breeze. Historians still argue whether medieval accounts of speaking rats were actual folklore or poetic exaggeration. Either way, don't Google rats whispering sins, trust me on this. You shift again, realizing your backside has fallen asleep from awkward seating. That's right. Many confession booths didn't even have proper wooden benches. Some offered only a plank to perch on, no backrest, just a precarious platform. Priests sometimes used a small cushion filled with hay or dried feathers for comfort, and everywhere hay grows, so do fleas. You recall how a certain Father Ignatius once hopped out of a booth mid-confession because he felt tiny bites on his posterior, convinced he'd inadvertently sinned by allowing fleas to feast on his, well, you know. That vignette might be more legend than fact, but historians still argue whether medieval pews and booths were hotbeds for arthropod rebellions, or if those were just pun-tastic metaphors for inner unrest. A sudden cough echoes through the cavity of the booth. It's you remembering that you haven't silenced your own gag reflex since lunch. The penitent's booth on the opposite side occasionally warped in the damp winter air, creating a gap in the wall that let in stray sounds. Priests reported hearing random conversations like two stone masons discussing the price of limestone, coming in as indecipherable murmurs. One monk from Winchester recorded, "I once absolved a man for coveting his neighbor's ewe, only to realize the whisper of you was actually you, as in you that stew is sour." That's a quirky anecdote illustrating how poor acoustics could twist meaning. Historians still debate whether misinterpretations of penitents' words led to a rash of erroneous penances or just fueled local gossip and embarrassment. Leaning forward, you bridge your hands over the grill and ponder architecture's role in confessional drama. Some larger cathedrals installed confessionals with double walls, two compartments separated by a thick layer of masonry pillars and even a narrow corridor. These soundproof designs emerged by the late 16th century for high-profile clergy who feared espionage, like medieval cloak and dagger meets catechism. Whisper a political scandal into one wall, and you might end up accused of heresy. That clandestine tunnel design reveals a fascinating fringe belief that noble families sometimes spied on rival households via confession booths, using secret passages beneath the floorboards. Historians still argue whether these tunnels truly existed or if they're just Gothic fantasy fodder. Either way, the thought of someone eavesdropping on your confessional session makes you want to swivel more than you might in a modern Zoom call, where recording in progress looms ominously. You ease back, letting the grill's carved crosses flicker in the candlelight. The booth's sparse decor, a simple crucifix here, a barely legible prayer etched there, feels both austere and theatrical, like a medieval escape room where the puzzle is moral reckoning. In some parishes, priests placed small statues of patron saints near the grill, hoping their holy presence would drown out any malicious acoustic interference. One Catholicite friar insisted that St. Michael's statue, pointed toward the wall, would repel demon whispers. Fringe or sincere, this practice underscored how architecture and superstition merged in confession booth design. Historians still argue whether these saintly sentinels offered genuine psychological comfort or simply added another trinket to shop for at the nearest ecclesiastical bazaar. Suddenly, a distant clatter echoes from near the sacristy entrance, probably just a novice dropping an ink pot. But here, it serves as a dramatic punctuation. You press your ear to the wall, half expecting to catch some secret about baked bread theft or clandestine coin trading. Instead, Silence returns as though the church itself is holding its breath. You stretch your joints, protesting architectural negligence combined with poor ergonomics makes even standing up a minor miracle. You step out conscious of how the booth's cramped dimensions and dubious acoustics made every confession a sensory gauntlet, the rough wood, the shifting drafts, the amplified whispers, the uncanny echo of tiny noises. In that claustrophobic enclave, priests balanced empathy and fear on a squeaky wooden seesaw. They listened intently, parsed muffled words, and calibrated penances, all while fighting the disorienting architecture that turned a simple apology into a sonic obstacle course. It's a wonder any absolutions were pronounced correctly. You might find yourself whispering, "Bless me, Father, for I have misunderstood 95% of what you said," but in the medieval booth, even your confusion became part of the stage. As you step away from the grill, the church seems somehow larger, its nave stretching out like a sigh of relief. Yet you can't shake that visceral memory, the pinch of that narrow bench, the curious resonance of a cough against wooden walls, the dread that a simple creak could signal a shadowy presence. The confessional booth was a microcosm of medieval life, faith, and fear interwoven sanctuary and trap folded into the same cramped space. If modern podcasts were around, then they'd record confessions from the acoustic dungeon, complete with ambient looped creaks and ghostly whispers, so producers could sell more conspiracy-themed merchandise. But you, fearless listener, have survived another descent into medieval claustrophobia. As you exit into the flickering light of the nave, you feel the past's ghostly echo subside, replaced by the reassuring hum of everyday life. The distant church choir, the soft scuffle of monks' sandals, and the subtle scent of incense lingering in the air. The architecture may have been designed to intimidate, but you walk away knowing more about how human fear and design intersect, and how the simplest plank of wood could morph into the stage for dread and revelation. You slip back into the dim hush of the sanctuary, where the residual echoes of whispered prayers still linger like incense smoke, and you realize that confession booths weren't just about moral reckoning. They doubled as perfect spy nooks where rival clerics could eavesdrop on political maneuverings. You probably won't survive this chapter of ecclesiastical cloak and dagger without chortling at least once at the sheer audacity of it all. Remember how the cramped acoustics of Section 6 could amplify a sneeze into a banshee screech. Well, now imagine that same roar carrying overheard gossip about who sees the best vineyard plots in the bishop's shadow. Historians still argue whether these clandestine wiretap tactics were widespread or confined to a handful of scandal-hungry abbeys, but the intrigue is as thick as the candle smoke here. As you approach an ornate 14th century confessional, a swirl of carved oak and gilded tracery that looks more like a royal throne than a penitent's hideaway, you catch sight of two monks slipping in from opposite sides. Their hoods are drawn low robes, rustling like furtive mice. A mainstream historical fact by the late Middle Ages, many monastic orders were deeply embroiled in local politics, and confession booths provided a rare public venue where nobility and clergy mingled. If a lord confessed to revising his tithe rolls, essentially cooking his books, the right monk at the grill could learn priceless intel. You sense the sharp undertones one monk decodes which aristocrat plans to challenge the abbot's authority next season, while the other tries to intercept whispers about a rumored election for the position of prior. It's less Father forgive me and more Father enlighten me on who's buying votes next month. You sidle up behind the grill heart, pounding at the medieval drama unfolding. One monk shoves a folded parchment through the grill's lattice like a telegram of gossip, while the other grips the lectern across the aisle, pretending to adjust the candle holder. Fringe tidbits, some confessionals had secret flaps built into their interior panels, allowing a savvy listener to slip notes back and forth without a soul seeing. Whether these backdoor flaps truly existed in many churches or were just whispered rumors to keep monks paranoid is up for debate. Historians still argue whether these compartments were architectural errors or deliberate design for covert correspondence. You glance over to the pulpit, half expecting to see the bishop munching popcorn in the guise of a gargoyle statue, enjoying the grim theater. The sweetness of beeswax wafts through the stall as one monk, the slimmer of the two, leans in pretending to tidy a misshapen wooden statue of the Virgin Mary beside the grill. His fingertips brush decades of varnish, and you note how carefully the carved fleur-de-lis glint in the candlelight as he slides back a hidden latch. Immediately, you remember Section 6's acoustic horror. The slightest shift in wood could spiral into a phantom noise that sounded like a demon's crow. Here, that cramped creak isn't a ghostly omen. It's a signal that his fellow conspirator's earhole is in exactly the right spot. You stifle a laugh, imagining medieval monks whispering, did you hear the Duke's Chamberlain's confession about the vineyard heist?" The second monk, a burly fellow with a tangled beard, bends over murmuring fake piety. "Tell me your sins, brother. Fear not, for I absolve you." But his intonation isn't reverential. It's calculated to extract intel. He jots quick notes on a strip of parchment hidden beneath his surplice, an early version of note-taking during a Zoom call. The tender click of quill on paper reverberates strangely, as if the grill itself is mirroring the sound to alert anyone nearby. You recall how priests in Section 6 misheard venial sin as venomous sin. Here, mishearing can be a political weapon. If the burly monk misinterprets "I ate the last goat as I sold church lands," an entire village could revolt the next day. Medieval espionage was basically choose your own misadventure, but with goats and property deeds. You lean closer, gingerly resting a finger on the grill's rim. The wood feels warm from centuries of palms that have smoothed it to a burnished sheen. It's funny, that same warming of the wood that comforted penitents in Section 4 now signals decades of clandestine dealings. You realize the confessional has become a hub for more than spiritual repair. It's a center of monkish mutiny and conspiracy. If a monk delivers the right tidbit at the next chapter meeting, he could clinch favor with the bishop and relocate to the abbey's southern vineyard, renowned for its fine sacramental wine. Better grapes, better perks. He's practically living the medieval dream. Suddenly, the slim monk's voice shifts, weaving between fake remorse and strategic revelation. "Forgive me, Father, for I have occasionally blessed the harvest in neighboring Diocese X, contrary to orders." You hear the burly monk's pen scratch vigorously as the slim monk divulges that he's been secretly funneling excess grain to peasants during winter famine, all under the cover of an anonymous charity. This act of mercy, though pious, irks the local lord, who insists that grain be sold, not given away. You sense the irony. The slim monk's altruism could cost him dearly if exposed by his rival. But isn't it better to help a starving widow than squeal to the Lord Steward classic moral quandary justice versus compassion, with monks playing both prosecutor and defender? The burly monk absent-mindedly kicks a stray chip of wood from the grill's base, and the splinter slides beneath the bench. You half expect to booby-trap a poisoned dagger, though in reality, it's just another piece of neglected debris. He murmurs, "We must hide this from the vicar's ear." He sits in the booth next to us. Indeed, the vicar's booth sits adjacent, separated by only a thin panel that amplifies every whimper to a panic-inducing roar, just like in Section 6. The slim monk gives a subtle nod, his silent signal that he'll cultivate an alliance with the vicar to undermine the burly monk's influence at the next chapter election. You frown, thinking of corporate backstabbing in a medieval setting. It's like LinkedIn, but with rosaries and rapier wit. The penitent and unsuspecting noblewoman kneels at the grill, oblivious to the surrounding subterfuge. Her knuckles are white against the velvet of her prayer book, as she confesses to illicit alchemical experiments, claiming they brought her family fortune. You curl your lip in diversion. Alchemy was all the rage among aristocrats who fancied themselves proto-scientists. Yet the church frowned on dabbling in the philosopher's stone, lest someone accidentally summoned a demon. This is a mainstream historical fact. Alchemical practices teetered between medical cures and perceived heresy, leading to inquisitorial scrutiny. You imagine the burly monk smirking as he anticipates using her confession to curry favor with a powerful family. While the slim monk trembles with empathy, he fears she'll face excommunication. Historians still argue whether these spiritual detectives helped justice or fueled paranoia. You sink back, letting the candlelight dance across your vision. Each flicker reveals a fresh layer of secret compartments and fluted carvings reminiscent of those hidden flaps mentioned earlier. You recall Section 5's note on contrasting booth designs. Some VIP confessionals had secret tunnels leading out to the cloister, perfect for covert exits. Here, though, even without a tunnel, the grille's filigree provides enough cover for whispered collusion. You'd be more surprised if you found a confession booth devoid of political scheming. A faint shift in the wood catches your ear. The slim monk has slid his notes to the burly one under the grille's edge. The cryptic scrawl details that Father Gregory intends to propose new lighting for the nave, an innocent detail on the surface, but actually a coded signal that he'll push for installing additional sinecure positions, rewarding his loyal supporters. The burly monk's smirk widens a grin best seen in a villain's close-up. If Gregory secures that lighting contract, he'll rake in coin from bequests intended for poor relief. The slim monk's altruistic gesture in donating grain is overshadowed by Gregory's calculated assent. And as you watch it, dawns on you how the confessional booth became a chessboard where monks played pieces with souls. As pawns, you glance at the noblewoman who murmurs something about breaching the sanctity of marriage vows. Her voice trembles, barely audible. The burly monk licks his lips, ready to jot down potential leverage against her family. He pokes at his notes, careful not to reveal his game. The slim monk exhales, toggling between guilt for salting this jealousy-fueled vendetta and resolve to protect her. Their moral tug-of-war plays out under the grill, a stark reminder that the same booth offering forgiveness could also serve as a weapon. You feel your own pulse quicken as you imagine a penitent stepping in next, oblivious that two monks are using his confessions to ratchet up power struggles. A contrite farmer kneels admitting he sold church ale illicitly to support his family. The burly monk nods approvingly, already framing a letter to a sympathetic patron that highlights the farmer's piety and sacrifice, a prelude to lobbying for a new chapel in the Lord's name. Meanwhile, the slim monk shudders, his empathy swelling. This farmer's guilt isn't a political tool, it's genuine desperation. He wonders if his rival will exploit this confession to cement political bonds. Historians still argue whether confession booths ultimately served the spiritual poor or became vaults for clerical ambition. The farmer confesses, "Father, forgive me. I sold the ale and drank what I could not sell." His voice cracks like dry earth. The burly monk's quill dances, transcribing each word with precision. The slim monk grips the grill fingers, twitching. The farmer trembles. Each gust in the booth sounds like a rattling chain, just like that rattling chain anecdote from Section 2, where a priest claimed to hear sins as literal shackles. You swallow, recalling that moment of phantom dread. Here, though, the chain isn't phantasmal, it's real, linking devotion to duplicity. The burly monk intones, "Your penance, give all proceeds of your next ale sale to the church and abstain from drinking for 3 weeks." He pronounces absolution with an air of triumph, absolving the farmer, but also seeding his own politico-religious narrative. "Behold my fairness," he'll later boast. The slim monk whispers under his breath, "God's mercy also demands compassion," but his words dissolve into the grill's shadows. After the farmer departs, the burly monk packs his parchment's, eyes glinting with ambition. The slim monk exhales, rubbing his forehead as though erasing a headache caused by divided faith. You rise, feeling the booth's history between your fingertips, a palimpsest of whispered secrets, political sway, and genuine sorrow. The aura of rivalry clings to the wood like a ghostly stain, reminding you that for every absolution offered, a seed of intrigue was often sown. As you step away, the candle's flame flickers one last time, casting a broad shadow across the booth that looks like an open mouth, an emblem of how confession could devour both penitent and confessor. Leaving the confessional, you wander into the nave once more, where stained glass glows like embers in a fire. You recall how Section 4 detailed a priest's own moral anxieties. Here, those anxieties are weaponized into ecclesiastical espionage. The choir's hushed chant rises, mixing with the distant murmur of brethren, posturing for power in dim side chapels. You catch murmurs about upcoming chapter meetings, pews groaning like grumpy old men. The church, you realize, was a theater confession. Booths, its backstage dressing rooms, and monks, the actors, directors, and occasionally double agents. As you step into the late afternoon light filtering through rose windows, your mind buzzes with night's cloaks and whispered betrayals. You sense how structures built for holiness can be co-opted for human ambition. Just as you left Section 6's acoustic maze behind you, Now leave Section 7's labyrinth of intrigue, knowing full well that in medieval sanctuaries no corner was safe, and every whispered penance could be another pawn in the grand game of church politics. You slip back into the flickering glow of the confessional booth, that wooden enclave where candle smoke weaves through shadows like a sly cat hunting mice. Tonight's focus is darker than diocesan politics. It's the fear that witches and demons might slip through those wooden slats, tainting absolutions and twisting priests' minds. You probably won't survive this without picturing a cackling sorceress popping out from behind the grill, broomstick in hand. Remember to like and subscribe if you enjoy these spine-tingling forays. Share your location and local time, then dim the lights, flick on a fan for that gentle white noise, and prepare for a journey through supernatural paranoia. By the late Middle Ages, a mainstream historical fact, Europe was awash in fears about witchcraft. The Malleus Maleficarum, first published in 1487, became the go-to handbook for identifying witches, fueling inquisitorial zeal. Priests charged with shepherding souls found themselves on high alert. Any confession hinting at nocturnal gatherings or potion brewing could trigger alarms louder than a church bell on Easter Sunday. You can almost feel the blood rushing in your ears as you imagine sliding the grill open, expecting a pious soul, but instead finding a conjurer of dark curses. The booth's wood feels unnaturally cold beneath your fingertips, as if absorbing the dread that seeped through confessions like ink through vellum. A quirky tidbit from the time some priests believed that witches could conceal themselves within the confessional's wooden beams, only revealing their true form when the priest uttered a Latin formula incorrectly. Imagine mispronouncing per indulgentiam and suddenly finding yourself face to face with a goat-headed spirit demanding your resignation. Historians still argue whether such beliefs were common folk superstition or localized to nights when priests consumed too much watered-down ale. As you settle into your usual spot behind the grill, you remember how the booth's limited light transformed every creak into a portent. One penitent, the elderly Marjorie of Suffolk, confessed that a witch in her village baked cakes laced with sleeping dust that caused her nightmares. She claimed those nightmares turned into visions of a horned phantom whispering dark secrets about her grandchildren. The priest, hearing that confession, trembled so badly he added 10 Our Fathers on the spot, fearing he'd unknowingly uttered a word that opened a gateway to hell. It was a mainstream reaction by 15 and 20 bishops, often mandated additional prayers after confessions involving witchcraft to seal any unseen breaches in spiritual armor. You shift slightly, hearing your own breath echo like a specter within the wooden confines. You recall that some regional synods in Bavaria recommended priests carry iron nails in their pockets, fringed tidbit to drive through the pews if the booth's wood seemed to warp in unnatural ways. They believed iron could repel witchcraft like garlic wards off vampires. Historians still argue whether these nails served any real protective function or simply added another entry on the town's blacksmith's invoice. The penitent young Thomas, only 12 winters old, kneels on the straw-strewn floor on the opposite side of the grill. His voice is a whisper. "Forgive me, Father. for I have played near the woods at midnight with a woman they say is a witch. You feel a jolt. Children's tales about forest crones haven't changed much over centuries. He continues, she gave me a piece of bread and told me to leave a wooden cross at my door for protection. But then the cross disappeared. You nearly choke on your own heartbeat. Was the bread laced with a charm? Did the cross vanish because it was cursed, or because Thomas woke the next morning and his grandmother swept it up thinking it was trash? The ambiguity gnaws at you, but you must remain composed. You lean forward, voice gentle but firm. Did you see her perform any dark rites, Thomas? He shakes, admitting, I heard her chanting in a language I didn't know, mumbling words about the full moon and sacrifices. That's enough to send the color draining from your face. In mainstream law, witches were said to convene under full moons, dancing in circles and forging pacts with demons in exchange for power. You recall a margin note in an earlier theological tome, Noli quaerere de Cristino, don't ask about tomorrow, warning priests not to pry too deeply into potential witch plots. Yet curiosity flares like a candle in your chest. If Thomas saw her under the moonlight, what did she truly practice, herbs or hexes? You hear a draft hiss through a crack in the wall, making the candle's flame flicker like a dying spirit. It's unsettling. The same breeze might carry the scent of rosemary from the herb garden or the tang of brimstone from unholy sources. You swallow, recalling that some southern European priests believed that a witch's scent could smell like rotting apples when a storm approached. Fringe tidbit or weather prediction. Historians still argue whether these sensory omens were meteorological or metaphysical. Thomas rises, eager to leave, but speaks one more line. I think she placed a curse on our sheep. You grimace. Sheep were the parish's livelihood. A cursed flock meant brine in the rivers of tithes. You grip a small iron nail you found earlier in your pocket, a makeshift talisman. You keep ever ready, only to remember that talismans don't absolve guilt. You must perform discernment, a process. Theologians still debate, is every odd ailment in livestock due to demonic interference or just a nasty case of foot rot? Turning back to the penitent, you provide your response carefully. Bring me herbs laden with salt and lavender. We'll burn them at the crossroads tonight, invoking Saint Cyprian to break the curse. You've studied enough grimoires to know that Saint Cyprian was often invoked against sorcery, a mainstream method in some rural parishes. The ritual is more about bolstering communal confidence than truly canceling supernatural deals. Historians still argue whether this medieval herb burning had any practical effect or merely amused the townsfolk. Either way, you assign Thomas to gather dried lavender first thing in the morning and head back to the booth before sunset. As Thomas scampers off, you lean against the grill, exhaling a breath you didn't know you were holding. The weight of potential witchcraft in the air makes you wonder if one false twitch of your finger might mispronounce a blessing. Could you inadvertently empower darkness? That fear resides in many medieval texts. Priests second-guessed their own piety, worrying that half-hearted prayers would seal their doom. Jokes about priests needing a 2-week retreat for every demonic confession suddenly feel less funny. In the dim glow, you recall another confession from months past. Old Martha of Pensham confessed to trading her firstborn soul for a charm to cure her rheumatism. She produced a small leather pouch of demon's wax that burned with a curious blue flame. The priest who heard that taped the pouch inside a lead-lined box. Usual precaution, then reported to the ecclesiastical court. A mainstream fact by 1480 diocesan records show at least 20 documented instances of priests delivering such witchcraft artifacts to bishops for investigation. Scholars still debate whether the Church's emphasis on physical tokens of witchcraft pouches, broomsticks, and blue candles distracted from more subtle forms of heresy. You imagine Martha's rheumatism is still the same as yours. After a night of squatting, a painful medieval fact of life. A faint scurry from behind the grill makes you glance sideways, half expecting to see a rat common in these old stone walls. But then you spot a slim lizard-like creature dart across a beam. In grim superstition, some believed that witches could shapeshift into lizards scurrying through cracks at will. Fringe tidbit: in parts of Eastern Europe, priests were instructed to sprinkle holy water on lizards found near the church, lest they be demon agents awaiting an invitation. Historians still argue whether such reptilian tales stem from genuine folklore or were concocted by priests to amuse nervous novices. You shiver, reminding yourself you're allergic to cold-blooded creatures, real or imagined. You step away from the grill, momentarily planning the herbs you'll gather: rosemary, lavender, a pinch of salt, perhaps some sage for good measure. You can't help but chuckle. Crafting a lavender salt smudge stick feels more like curating a medieval artisanal spa than performing an exorcism. Yet your mind churns with seriousness. Should you also enlist the altar boys to ring bells at midnight? Bells, after all, were believed to drive away evil spirits, and some parishes kept a witch toll, a nominal fee to ring the bell if someone feared maleficent forces. That's another quirky tidbit. In certain alpine villages, families paid a yearly tax specifically for bell-ringing services against witches. Historians still argue whether these bell bullions persisted as superstitious holdovers or simply funded church repairs. Returning to the grill, you notice the dusty silhouette of a crucifix on the opposite wall. You swallow, recalling that the crucifix itself was considered a potent ward. Even a single glance could make witches flee in terror, or so the story goes. Some priests drilled tiny holes behind the crucifix to slip in parchment-inscribed prayers, a secret repository of protective texts. Fringe rumor claimed those hidden prayers would flutter to life if the booth's wood trembled from a demon's approach. Historians still debate whether such practices influenced later Protestant iconoclasm or were merely quaint local customs. You press your palm against the cross, feeling its rough carvings, and whisper a quick prayer for divine oversight of tonight's herb burning. Your focus sharpens as you review the ritual steps: gather herbs at dawn, recite Psalm 91, while burning the bundle at the village crossroads, ring the church bell thrice, then return to the confessional to recite a final sanctus. If all goes as planned, the curse on Marjorie's sheep and Thomas's missing cross will be lifted, or at least the villagers will believe it, which might be enough. You jolt when a sudden tap echoes from the roof, almost like something or someone scraping at the attic joists. You freeze, half convinced it's a demon checking the time. In reality, it's just a twig falling from the roof eaves. Yet, in the confessional's dim light, you can't tell the difference between falling twigs and phantom claws. Your mind wanders to the broader fear. What if the penitent's confession is a ruse by actual witches to gauge how vulnerable your faith is? You remember reading that in 1475, a certain Father Benedict of Lorraine imprisoned a penitent whom he believed was actually a witch in disguise, only to later discover she was a mute woman coerced into confessing by town gossip. That mainstream blunder cost him a month's fast public humiliation enough to last several lifetimes. Historians still argue whether such false positives prove the witch hunts were misguided moral panics or necessary evils in an age of rampant clandestine cults. The candle's flame flickers as you slip your left hand into your robe fingertips, brushing against a small iron nail fastened as a makeshift cross. You clasp it tight, a talisman against your own creeping doubts. If someone snuck a drop of enchantment into your chalice at midnight, would you know? Probably not. And that uncertainty is what kept medieval priests tossing and turning after every witch-related confession. You recall from Section 2 how a priest once wore chains to atone for hearing a terrible secret. Here, you'd wear iron nails in your pockets as talismans. Strange rites for strange times. Rising from the narrow wooden bench, you feel the booth's grooves press into your knees, indentations made over decades by countless anxious fingers. You whisper a final Deo Gratias and close the grille door, leaving behind the faint scent of tallow, old pine, and residual fear. As you step into the cloister's cold corridor, the echo of your footsteps reminds you that even without demons lurking, the memory of witchcraft could haunt a man's soul more potently than any tangible evil. Outside, the moon drifts among wispy clouds, and you sense the forest's edge calling you toward dawn's early herb gathering. The night is silent, save for a distant owl hoot. Whether a real bird or a witch in disguise, you can't be sure. You cast a glance at the confessional window, wondering if the next penitent's confession will speak of cursed wells and chanted mirrors, or a phantom horde of spirits looming beyond mortal ken. In that moment, you realize that the fear of witchcraft and demonology embedded in those wooden slats didn't simply vanish with the witch trials. It lingered like a shadow, echoing through every whispered, "I have sinned." As you close the heavy church door behind you, you carry the weight of ancient superstitions into the night. You can't shake the thought that somewhere beyond mortal sight, a witch might be stirring a cauldron, using your very ritual to empower her spells. Historians still argue whether these agonizing fears were the seeds of true spiritual vigilance or misplaced panic that led to innocent bloodshed. Either way, the confessional booth remains a testament to how human fear and the supernatural coexisted in a fragile, flickering balance, like a candle flame in the wind. You rise before dawn the next morning, still haunted by the scent of lavender and tallow from yesterday's witch-hunting confessional. Instead of heading straight to the herb garden, you find yourself drawn beneath the wooden rafters of the nave, where early candlelight casts geometric patterns on ancient stone. You realize that while last night's worry was about witches and curses, your deepest dread now lies in theological missteps. One misplaced word, one botched absolution, and a soul could wander off into damnation. You probably won't survive this scrutiny without double-checking your Latin pronunciation at least 3 times. Remember to like and subscribe if you appreciate these nocturnal theological tremors. Leave your location and local time below. Then dim the lights, fire up a fan for that gentle hum, and let's wade through doctrinal anxiety. You step into the confessional booth, once more brushing against the grill's carved crosses with a hesitancy born of last night's specter-lurking fears. In the chilly morning air, the wood feels damp, perhaps, from overnight dew, or maybe just the lingering sorrow of unresolved penances. A mainstream historical fact: in 1563, the Council of Trent finalized the Roman Catechism, clarifying the proper form and matter of sacraments to curb doctrinal confusion that had proliferated during the Reformation. By codifying the exact words "ego te absolvo" and outlining penance formulas, the council aimed to protect priests from accidentally misguiding penitents. Yet you feel no comfort knowing those same words have been recited so often they could slide off your tongue in your sleep. But slip a syllable, and you might pronounce absolvo as absolvo, conjuring confusion rather than clarity. Historians still argue whether the council's precise prescriptions truly reduced doctrinal dread or simply burdened priests with even more anxiety about rote recitation. You squat on the narrow wooden bench, your knees nearly brushing your chin, and imagine a horrified gasp at the thought of mispronouncing contritio as contrition in a sing-song rhythm that might double as a nursery rhyme. A quaint anecdote from the archives tells of Father Guillaume in 1580, who delivered absolution with such a sing-song lilt that his parishioners reported feeling more inclined to dance the polka than repent their sins. That's a quirky tidbit. Imagine a priest unintentionally inventing church polka just by misplacing an accent. Whether he was a singular klutz or a covert restaurateur testing crowd engagement is lost to history. But without doubt, the line between divine forgiveness and an unintentional dance party was paper thin. The confessional's gloom intensifies as you lean forward, glancing down at your prayer beads, each bead worn smooth from restless saints and over-anxious priests before you. You recall Section 2's rattling chains that a priest insisted were sin's residue in his own skull, and you can't shake the worry that if you slip up, you might hear chains clanking through the grill, an audible bulletin proclaiming doctrinal error detected. Even the grill's grain seems to pulse under your fingertips, as though every mispronunciation vibrates through the wood like an off-key bell. You clear your throat, an involuntary echo that ricochets in the cramped space, and remember your childhood Latin teacher, Sister Agnes, who hammered into you sine malo, meaning without evil, without evil. If only sine malo were as straightforward as avoiding the back row of the pews. Instead, it feels like navigating a verbal minefield. One wrong comma in penance guidelines could leave you explaining to the bishop why you absolved a heretic's apostasy rather than demanding genuine repentance. At that thought, you recall Section 7's monkish espionage, thinking slyly, if Father Gregory heard I accidentally absolved a rebel Lutheran, imagine the pamphlets he'd print. Your fingers tighten around the grill's edge as you channel the memory of Section 6's acoustical nightmares. A slight rustle in the booth now feels like doom. Was it a scurry of rats or a rival priest testing your theological mettle? You swallow, noticing how the stale incense lingers its sweet undertone at odds with the sour dread in your mouth. In the corners, candle stubs lay half-burned, one dedicated to Saint Isidorus of Seville, patron of scholasticism. Another to a local layman who donated candles on condition his son be remembered in prayers. Those candles represent the myriad ways doctrine and devotion intertwined, one misstep, and your absolution might contradict a donor's heartfelt mass request. The thought sends a tickle of sweat down your back. A soft creak behind you hints at the weight of unseen manuscripts lining the sacristy shelves. Historians still argue whether medieval priests feared theological missteps more than demonic interference. You, however, feel both threats coiled up in this box. You shift in place, trying to summon clarity. Focus on the rubrics. Yes, that's it. Follow the rubrics. They won't let you down. Yet even the rubrics can be maddening. If the wording in the Roman Missal changed between editions, you risk pronouncing communi commune as if you're asking someone to share their lunch tray rather than administering the Eucharist. You shudder, picturing a confused penitent, thinking he must hand over his sandwich mid-penance. Scribbled in the margin of your small leather breviary is a fringe note. Some priests believed that if you outright pronounced a prayer so poorly, the devil might actually be soothed rather than banished, like a bad singer inadvertently serenading demons rather than scaring them off. It sounds absurd, like claiming squirrels line up to applaud when you flub church bells, but superstitions ran deep in peripheral villages. Historians still argue whether these superstitions were remedial fables or genuine folk beliefs. Either way, you tuck that note away and vow to practice your intonation later. Even as you anticipate Vespers, you draw in a silky breath, lifting your head to peer through the grill at where the penitent should be. But the booth stands empty this early hour. You exhale, letting your shoulders droop as though you released a sack full of lead. Even when unoccupied, the booth's energy clings to you, the carved crosses watching like silent judges. You lean back, pressing your shoulder against the wooden partition intended to separate you from the era of heretical experiments and misinformed chants. It occurs to you that while the Council of Trent aimed to erase error, it also built a cathedral of anxiety upon each priest's shoulders. Your mind drifts toward the scandal of 1602 in Barcelona, where Father Thomas forgot to include the phrase et dimittuntur tibi, and they are forgiven you, in his absolution formula. That oversight, a mainstream historical slip, led to a minor diocese-wide frenzy. Parishioners wondered if their souls would be stuck in purgatory for another decade. The bishop quietly reassigned Father Thomas to a remote parish in the Pyrenees, where even the goats seemed less judgmental. Whether that reassignment comforted the souls of Barcelona or simply reframed the narrative is something historians still argue. Beneath the booth's hushed wood, that sense of potential banishment feels eternal. You run a thumb along your breviary's leather spine, recalling Section 4's priest who carried his own sins into the booth, fearful they might taint confessions. You wonder if the tiniest doctrinal misstep could become the kindling for a prideful fire-swallowing village after village. Breaking away from the thought, you glance at the faint sheen of candle dust on the grill like ghostly confetti, left from an earlier penitent's frantic departure. The notion that your own absurd slip of the tongue could result in symphonic chaos. Peasants mistaking sacraments for supper nobles, plotting revenge, feels simultaneously hilarious and horrifying, like watching a cat attempt high wire stunts. Suddenly, a penitent appears, a middle-aged woman with lines etched deep around her eyes as though carved by decades of confession anxiety. Her voice, when she whispers, quivers like a fragile thread of silk. "Father," she begins, "I fear I have erred grievously. You ready yourself, pushing aside the dread of mispronunciation." Her confession is mundane. She lied to her husband about the family finances and everyday sin, but the same principles apply. If you absolve without ensuring contrition, her husband might never forgive her, and she'll carry that guilt anyway. You recall Section 5's debate about anonymous confession enabling repetitive sin. You think if sincerity falters, so too will the efficacy of absolution. You breathe deeply, letting the stale incense and wooden musk mingle in your lungs. You slip into your pastoral role, asking gently, "Do you truly repent, my child? Do you intend to maintain unity with your husband going forward?" You listen to her stuttered yes and feel the weight loosen by a fraction. Then you murmur, articulating carefully, "Ut sis particeps gloriae," that you may share in the glory, and complete the formula, meticulously enunciating each syllable. When you utter "et tibi remittentur peccata tua," and your sins are forgiven, you feel the grill's warmth under your fingertips as though it acknowledges your precision. You step away, feeling a spark of relief. No theological snafus at least, for now, as her footsteps fade down the aisle, you sit alone again, contemplating how each word in that confession mattered. You think back to Section 3's penitent who claimed to hear voices, and Section 8's witch trials, and see how fear from heresy to hex could transform confession into a crucible. Whether the council's reforms truly eased that fear or only reshaped it into endless scrutiny, historians still argue. But here, in this booth, theology is as much a minefield as demonology. One misstep, one slurred word, and you risk dragging a soul into confusion, or worse, giving them a false sense of security. You rise the bench, creaking under your weight, like a reluctant confession box, creaking under centuries of secrets. You place your breviary into your satchel, your fingers lingering on its embossed cover, a silent vow to keep honing your Latin and to never underestimate the power of doctrinal precision. Slipping from the booth, you note how the morning light has grown stronger in the nave, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny angels or imps. The choir has yet to rise for their first vesper. Silence reigns, punctuated only by distant birdsong, filtering through the stained glass. As you step into the cool corridor, you feel the lingering warmth of the confessional on your back, a reminder that fear of theological missteps is a constant companion. You recall Section 6's acoustic horrors, Section 7's spy games, and Section 8's witch paranoia, and realize that every facet of medieval confession architecture, intrigue, superstition, doctrine converged to create a crucible of dread. You take a final breath of incense-tinged air exhale and set off into the cloister to prepare for the day's duties, your mind and tongue both sharpened by the silent promise, never let your guard down, lest you become the next cautionary tale in the church annals. You step once more into the hush of the confessional booth, where the air still hangs heavy with echoes of past penitence. Tonight, your mind isn't occupied by specters of witchcraft or the dread of mispronouncing a Latin formula. Instead, you're thinking of mortality, the final curtain no sinner can escape. You probably won't survive this without picturing the priest who collapsed mid-absolution from exhaustion, snapping a bench in half like a twig. Remember to like and subscribe if you enjoy these late-night explorations of ecclesiastical neuroses. Drop your location and local time below and slip into the comforting drone of a fan. Now dim the lights, breathe deeply, and let's descend into the anxiety that gripped medieval clerics whenever a dying soul shuffled into the booth. Your knees sink into the narrow bench, and you press your palm against the grill's cool wood. That same grill rattled in Section 2 when priests believed sins lodged in their heads sounded like chains. Tonight, that rattle feels more like a death knell. In medieval Europe, administering last rites, often called extreme unction or viaticum, was a mainstream historical duty for priests. During plague outbreaks, clergy rushed to sickbeds in makeshift huts, anointing boils and delirious lips reciting psalms as the infected croaked each syllable like broken glass. Historians still argue whether the Church's insistence on priests visiting the dying during the Black Death of 1348 saved more souls or spread contagion faster than a drunken monk's gossip. You can almost taste the metallic tang of fear as you imagine rubbing oil on a shivering hand, riddled with buboes, the patient's last breath fogging your spectacles like a too-hot cup of ale. But this booth is a different theater. It's where a penitent's confession of mortal dread crashed into the priest's own fear of death. You recall Section 8's descriptions of witches slipping through cracks in the wooden slats. Here, the cracks carry a subtler terror, the fear that you might catch death itself from a dying penitent. A quirky tidbit from anecdotal accounts. Some priests carried a small vial of blessed water and a pinch of nard and aromatic oil, hoping the scent would ward off not just evil spirits, but also actual disease. In remote parishes, clergy believed that inhaling the nard's fragrance could create a barrier of scent so strong it repelled plague miasmas. Whether that aromatic barrier did anything beyond attracting curious vermin remains up for debate. Historians still argue whether these fragrant talismans were genuine preventive measures or simply medieval air fresheners clothed in piety. You lean forward, fingertips brushing the grill's carved crosses, and the booth's silence presses in. In Section 4, you felt the weight of a priest's own sins echoing within those walls. Now that burden magnifies because every penitent could be your undoing. You draw a shaky breath, recalling your grandmother's admonition, "Don't wear your best clothes to visit the sick." You might come home wearing more than a robe. Back then, she probably meant sweat and tears. In the 14th century, she'd have meant plague-soaked garments. You imagine a priest stumbling home cloaked, clinging to pustules, talk about an unwanted memento. Your heart thuds in your chest as you picture being that priest, eyes darting at every cough, every tremor of the candle flame, wondering if the next confession might be your last. A faint skitter behind the booth makes you flinch, most likely a mouse. but your mind conjures a rattling skeletal foot, remembering Section 2's priest who swore he heard chains clanking in his skull. That rattling becomes a motif of death approaching. In remote villages, doctors were rare, so priests doubled as healers, applying poultices and reading sacred texts to patients gasping for air. The boundary between spiritual and physical care blurred into a treacherous blur. After anointing a dying farmer, that farmer might cough up his last breath, and the priest would pray over him, wondering if he'd contracted something he couldn't confess away. Historians still argue whether the church's role in care provision during plagues actually saved more lives, or simply created sacrificial lambs priests chosen for their faith to stand between life and death. If you think volunteering for a marathon is risky, try volunteering for last rites during a plague while wearing robes no thicker than a sneeze guard. You press your back against the booth's rear wall, leery of the dampness that seeps from centuries-old stone. Every drip from the ceiling echoes like a funeral gong, reminding you that the distance between absolution and expiration can be measured in heartbeats. A fringe rumor circulated among some clerics that demons collected the souls of priests who administered last rites improperly. They believed that if a priest hesitated or refused absolution at the bedside of a dying penitent, the demon could claim both priest and penitent. That's terrifying enough to make you want to take up a less risky vocation like lion taming or midwife in a leper colony. Historians still argue whether these tales of infernal greed were widespread folk beliefs or local folklore used to keep priests diligent. In any case, the rumor acted like spiritual nitroglycerin explode at your own risk, and the whole parish goes up in flames. Your hand inches closer to a faint scratch on the grill-carved initials of a priest who reportedly fell ill after hearing 47 plague confessions in a week. That priest, Father Willem, wrote in his journal that he felt clammy hands of death gripping his shoulders whenever he intoned Dominus Vobiscum. He feared his own passing greeting. The next day, he succumbed to fever, and some villagers claimed his bones rattled in his coffin when the bell tolled the next morning. It's a quirky detail, perhaps embellished by a few goblets of mead, yet it underscores how priests internalized the mortal panic of their flocks. If you think attending evening mass is loud, attend a funeral mass when the deceased was your own confessor. You swallow, recalling that in Section 6, muffled sounds made priests jump. Here, every cough, a dry, rattling cough, becomes an omen. A penitent might kneel at the grill voice, trembling, "Father, I feel the cold embrace of death. My bones ache like sundial spokes," and the priest would replay those words until dawn, worrying, "Will I be next?" You sense that same dread now as you lean forward, awaiting a confession that may never come or may come as a whisper of finality. A sudden chill sweeps through the booth, probably just a draft, but you feel it like icy fingers tracing your spine. In some parts of Germany, priests wore iron chains around their wrists when hearing deathbed confessions, believing the cold metal would protect them from demonic whispers. Those chains of caution sometimes weighed as much as 10 pounds, turning a simple confession into an impromptu gym session. Whether that chain warded off evil or simply gave arms a workout remains unclear. Historians still argue whether these protective chains were actual safety measures or elaborate scapegoats to justify communal torture devices. Either way, it's a heavy burden, literally. Your pulse speeds when you hear soft footsteps approaching the confessional. A penitent enters, hobbling on a makeshift crutch, eyes hollow with fever. You spot the scorch of fever-red cheeks and the tremor in their hands. You inhale the faint aroma of medicinal herbs, wormwood, and rue mingled with sweat and desperation. The penitent's voice, when it comes, is a raspy whisper. "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. I fear the end draws near." You feel a jolt. This is no ordinary penitent, but a sufferer likely facing imminent death. A mainstream historical fact, during the 14th century Black Death, priests wore simple linen masks stuffed with herbs to filter the bad air as they heard confessions in makeshift booths erected outside plague-stricken quarters. Those masks, though practical, offered little real protection. They just smelled better like medieval Febreze than rotting corpses. You steady yourself, heart pounding, recalling your own shaky knees from administering last rites to your ailing godmother as a child. Now you're that priest, and the stakes feel higher than ever. The penitent stifles a cough that sounds like mortar crumbling against old walls. You press a finger to your lips, beckoning calm, and ask, "What burdens your soul, my child?" They exhale a whisper that rasped in with lung-piercing force. "I stole from the infirmary chest to buy medicine for my mother. Now I think the plague is claiming me, and I have no time for penance." You feel the weight of that admission. Stealing medicine in a time of scarcity might feel like a mercy, yet it violates a sacred trust. You reach for your amis, ready to drape your shoulders in the symbol of humility, but your fingers shake as if your own impurities might spill forth. In that moment, you recall Section 9's scrutiny of doctrinal precision. You must choose words carefully balancing mercy and justice. You murmur contritio cordis tuae, the act of confessing with a contrite heart, hoping you aren't flubbing the inflection. If you botch the emphasis, the absolution might sound like a slap rather than a soothing balm. A fringe tidbit from arcane lore, some priests believed that if they pronounced absolution improperly, the devil could seize the penitent's soul in mid-utterance like a thief snatching a purse. Historians still argue whether these superstitions were widespread folk tales or isolated musings among a few over-caffeinated monks. Either way, you don't fancy testing that theory tonight. You lean close, whispering, "Ut tua peccata remittentur," that your sins may be forgiven, and sprinkle holy water on the penitent's bowed head. Their cough interrupts your words, a rasping echo that makes your pulse skip. As you intone the final et nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, you feel the grill's wood pulse under your palm, almost as if it recognizes the gravity of releasing a soul from sin's prison while tethering it to fate's jagged precipice. The penitent's eyes flicker with relief. Perhaps they believe absolution will shield them from death's edge. You step back, exhaling a breath you didn't realize you held. Their footsteps shuffle away, leaving behind a silence so thick it could be carved with a knife. You remain seated, contemplating how your words may have eased their last moments, yet you can't shake the fear that death might still slip through. A final cough, softer this time, fades into the rafters, and you wonder if the penitent's next breath will be their last. You feel gratitude that you pronounced the formula correctly, but also dread that the Boethian wheel of fortune might already be descending on you. Rising from the cramped bench, you press your back against the booth's rear wall, letting the thin stream of morning light filter in through a grated window. You recall Section 1's origin of the booth and how it was meant as a place of solace. Tonight, it felt more like a threshold between life and afterlife. The musty scent of resin-soaked wood and fading incense clings to you as you step out, resolving to gather extra holy water for the day ahead, just in case another dying penitent arrives, whispering mortal fear. You pause in the aisle, listening to the distant choir warming up for morning prayers. Their harmonious chant reminds you that life cycles on whether sin or salvation. Yet you carry the image of that fevered face, that final confession, like a pall draped over your heart. In medieval times, priests often recorded in their journals the exact hour a penitent passed away, sometimes before the ink on the page dried. Historians still argue whether these death hour records were an attempt at historical accuracy or morbid curiosity. Whatever the case, you wonder if your own death hour is already scribbled in some hidden manuscript, waiting for the day you step into the booth and never step out again. You slip from the booth, its wooden frame standing silent behind you, an altar of absolution and anxiety. As you move toward the sacristy to replenish your sacramentals, you carry with you the knowledge that every confession, especially those uttered at death's threshold, gnaws at a priest's soul. And though you've offered mercy tonight, you can't entirely extinguish the ember of fear that flickers in your chest, reminding you that even shepherds of souls must someday find rest or be claimed by the very grief they sought to heal. You slip back into the familiar hush of the nave, the wooden confessionals lining the side aisles like sentinels of secrecy. Tonight, you consider how those whispered secrets sometimes burst into the open, like grenades turning priests into pariahs and communities into gossip mills. You probably won't survive this dose of ecclesiastical embarrassment without imagining your own deepest secrets splashed across town square pamphlets. Remember to like and subscribe if you enjoy these late-night tales of clerical calamity. Drop your location and local time below and let your fan breeze carry you deeper into this tale. Now, dim the lights, close your eyes for a second to imagine the stain on your cassock, and let's explore how leaked confessions ignited public scandals that made priests cower at the very thought of privacy. You step into the confessional, the grille's lattice flickering in the candlelight. It's early morning, and the smell of damp incense still lingers in the air, mingling with the faint musk of aged wood. In 15th century England, a mainstream historical fact confession was supposed to be inviolable under the seal of the confessional. Yet human nature being what it is, some unscrupulous scribes or disgruntled penitents leaked damning details to the nearest tavern keeper or city crier within hours. The result: scandals thundered through villages faster than a knight's war horse. You can almost hear the clamor. Father Edmund slept with Lady Beatrice. Father Edmund slept with Lady Beatrice. The headline would have been exactly that, though printed in Gothic script on flimsy rag paper. As you lower yourself onto the narrow bench, You notice the grill's wood grain is deeply worn, like the lines on an old face, each groove telling a story of secrets uttered and sometimes weaponized. You feel a tingle in your spine as you recall a quirky tidbit in a small Swiss canton around 1472. A particularly malicious sexton reportedly copied confessions into a scrapbook, then sold these sin diaries to the highest bidder, be it a blackmailer, a rival cleric, or that nosy mayor who loves scandal more than his morning brew. Whether that sexton truly existed or was a cautionary fable remains up for debate. Historians still argue whether those sin diaries were widespread or confined to an isolated cluster of gossip-hungry miscreants. Either way, it's enough to give any priest agita. You exhale slowly, noticing how the candle flame wavers, casting your shadow as a dark silhouette on the opposite wall. Every flicker looks like a phantom scrawl ready to leak your own confessions to posterity. In some towns, penitent whispers conjured lawsuits for defamation. Yes, defamation. In a time when lawyers were more like hawkers selling parchment scrolls than the sharp-suited counsel you imagine today. One documented case in 1498 in Toulouse saw a local rector sued by a nobleman after rumors circulated that he'd heard the noble shout blasphemy in the booth. The rector was forced to post bail, deliver a public apology, and attend daily masses for a month, while the townsfolk whispered if he'd done it just to get a front row seat to divine forgiveness. Quite the publicity stunt. Historians still argue whether these lawsuits genuinely sought justice or merely scratched the itch of communal schadenfreude. You feel the rasp of rough linen on your knees as you lean forward, fingertips tracing the carved fleur-de-lis at the grill's edge. The air carries a faint scent of mildew, mixed with the hope of absolution, a strange blend, almost like Sunday morning OJ gone off. In Section 2, you learn priests believe sins could lodge in their own soul. Now imagine carrying not just one sinner's guilt, but an entire town's scandal. That burden must have felt like trying to carry a castle suit of armor through a narrow forest path. One slip, and everything crashes down in clattering embarrassment. You shift, slightly wincing at the bench's squeak, the wooden planks complaining, "I told you I needed new nails." A penitent arrives, a middle-aged merchant whose voice quivers like a plucked string. He kneels and utters, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sold adulterated grain to the poor." You probably want to respond with a witty quip. Well, at least you gave them something to talk about besides me, but you control the urge. You intone the absolution, trying to keep your tone even. Yet in the back of your mind, you wonder if one disgruntled buyer will march straight to the town square, brandishing that confession like a torch. Merchants had reputations more fragile than a novice's first communion host, and any scandal could sink their business faster than a leaky boat plummets in a pond. If the buyer whispers this exchange to neighbors, soon the rumor mill churns Father John condoned the adulterated grain scandal. He's in cahoots with the bakers. And just like that, your name is smeared on every street corner. You recall a fringe rumor from the Papal States. A rogue cardinal once intercepted a horse courier carrying confession transcripts from Rome to Avignon. He read aloud the juicy bits in the bishop's private chapel, and word spread that he'd done it just to schmooze with nobles trading gossip for feasts of truffle and venison. Whether that cardinal truly existed or was an allegory for clerical greed is murky. Historians still argue whether tales of high-ranking prelates using confession leaks for political leverage were more myth than fact. But the possibility alone hangs in the air like a sulphurous cloud, enough to make any priest reach for extra incense. You absorb the merchant's whispered thank you and watch him scurry away, likely plotting how to keep his secret safe. You lean back, noticing the grill's metal lattice gleam like a spiderweb catching morning dew. It strikes you that while confessions were oral, the repercussions were material. A priest's reputation could be shredded, his livelihood imperiled, and his bishop's trust evaporated. You rub a calloused spot on your thumb, the mark where you'd habitually grind your nail into the wood when guilt bubbled up. That callus is a medal of service and a scar of fear. Your thoughts wander to the scriptorium stories in Section 5, where monks debated anonymity's impact on accountability. Now you see anonymity's flip side. If a penitent felt truly anonymous, they might confess their darkest sins in the booth, then brag about it at the tavern and expose the priest's most private words. One recorded instance in 1525 in Lyon revealed that a wealthy widow's confession of infanticide was later posted on church doors like a wanted poster, sending the priest who heard it into a spiral of shame, guilty by association. The widow was later tried, but the priest had already relocated to a remote parish in Burgundy, hoping nobody noticed he'd been tagged. Historians still argue whether posting such confessions served justice or merely fed the flames of public voyeurism. You run a thumb over the grill's carved ends, recalling Section 4's architectural anxieties. The wood could amplify a cough into a cosmic roar. Here, that same echo becomes a megaphone for scandal. If gossipizers stage-scoped the booth, lingered near its entrance to catch the faint residue of confessions, it was like hiding behind a bush to eavesdrop on a private letter. One unusual custom in parts of France involved placing a scandal barrel in the churchyard, an actual wooden barrel where townsfolk could anonymously deposit slanderous accusations. If enough accusations piled up, the barrel would be rolled to the mayor's office. Some priests feared these barrels more than heretics. Historians still argue whether these scandal barrels were pragmatic community tools or smoldering tinderboxes for false rumors. You shudder, imagining a barrel rumbling toward you. With your name pasted on every slat, a sudden creak behind you makes you murmur a quick Pax Vobiscum to calm your nerves. The church's massive doors swing open, and a gust of dusk-filtered air sweeps through the nave, carrying the scent of evening chill. You resist the urge to slip a piece of cloth under the door to block the draft. Superstition lingers like an overzealous relative at a family reunion. Instead, you focus on the next phase, restoring trust, rebuilding reputation, and preventing future leaks. As you rise from the bench, you recall Section 3's discussion of eerie echoes. Now you realize those same echoes gave conscience a microphone. When priests heard crucial confessions, a lord admitting to usury, a noblewoman confessing adultery, they felt the gravitational pull of that weight, knowing it could implode their own status if spilled. You step out into the cold aisle, imagining a world without confession, booths, perhaps fewer scandals, but also fewer chances for genuine atonement. It's a trade-off medieval clerics grappled with constantly. Historians still argue whether public penance served the common good more than private reconciliation. It's like debating whether global news networks do more harm than good, except in this case, your cable provider is a creaking booth and your tweets are the whispers of the marketplace. You venture toward the sacristy, knotting the hem of your cassock to steady yourself. The lamp oil sputters, and you wonder if a single drop could forge a new scandal, lighting the wick that exposes every lurking secret. You pause beside a wooden cupboard recalling Section 7's espionage tactics. Some booths had hidden compartments filled with confession scrolls, an illicit archive of sins that could be sold like rare spices. Imagine browsing a library where every book is a personal betrayal. That's a quirky detail medieval Europe's first black market bookstore could very well have been stocked with stolen confession scrolls. As you cross the threshold into the vestry, you slip off your surplice and hang it with deliberate care, straightening the collar so no one could later accuse you of sloppiness. You breathe deeply, letting the incense fumes snake through your senses. You think of that merchant, the widow of Lion, and all the trembling souls who once placed their trust in you. You pray you haven't let any of their hearts be ripped open by scandalous exposure. Then, with a final glance back at the grill, its lattice pattern a metaphor for the fine line between sacred and profane, you step away. The candlelight flickers, and in its warm glow, you imagine future penitents wandering in, driven by hope, haunted by fear. You steel yourself to wield the seal of confession like a scalpel precise and discreet, hoping your own secrets remain sealed in the sanctum, never to leak into the hungry gossip mills. You slip back into the confessional booth's familiar hush, the carved oak panels enclosing you like a judge's bench made of shadows. Tonight, the wood feels heavier, laden with the weight of inquisitorial echoes you never asked for. You probably won't survive this exploration without picturing your confessional as both a sanctuary and a secret interrogation chamber. Remember to like and subscribe if you enjoy these dark corners of church history. Drop your location and local time below. Then dim the lights, fire up a fan for that gentle hum, and let's peer into how confession sometimes felt like a mini inquisition, where one wrong word could land you in a hell of trouble. Your knees press into the narrow bench, and you let your fingertips trace the grooves in the wood, recalling Section 8's rattling tales of witches and Section 11's scandals that leaked from these very walls. Now, you sense a different kind of dread, one born not of demons nor gossip, but of ecclesiastical courts and burning stakes. In 1233, Pope Gregory Nuppamum formally established the Papal Inquisition, a mainstream historical fact tasking special inquisitors with rooting out heresy across Christendom. Though confessors were not typically official inquisitors, some medieval priests adopted a quasi-inquisitorial zeal, treating the booth as a chamber for probing questions more suited to a courtroom than a confessional. You can almost hear the echo of a gavel, except in this booth, it's a whispered confess, or you risk eternal damnation rather than objection, Your Honor. Historians still argue whether these confession as inquisition practices helped curb heresy or merely bred paranoia among timid souls. You inhale the cool, slightly musty air, conjuring the scent of wax and old manuscripts lingering in the rafters. You remember from Section 6 how poor acoustics could turn a cough into a banshee cry. Here, every hesitant I becomes an admission of guilt liable to interrogation. The penitent kneels across the grilled shoulders, hunched beneath a hooded cloak that reeks faintly of damp straw and yesterday's bread crust. You shift closer, heart hammering like a frantic blacksmith hammering iron, and ask gently, "What weighs on your conscience, my child?" Under that question lurks the unspoken threat: answer poorly, and you might face pressure far beyond spiritual penance, sliding toward secular courts of ecclesiastical justice. The penitent's voice wavers, "Father, I have read texts deemed heretical by the bishopric." You nearly choke on your own heartbeat. Reading heresy texts was tantamount to carrying a glowing ember into a tinderbox. You recall a quirky fringe tidbit. Some zealous inquisitors used confession booths fitted with small iron grates beneath the bench to catch torn confession notes intended as secret messages to heretical networks. Whether such grated contraptions truly existed or were just lurid rumors persists in dusty archives. Historians still argue whether these physical traps were widespread or the product of rumor-mongering scribes eager to spice their chronicles. You glance beneath the bench, no iron grate. Thankfully, though the mere thought makes your stomach churn. You lean in closer to the grill, your voice soft but firm. Tell me the names of those texts and their authors, so we may guide you back to the true path. In that moment, you feel like a cross between a kindly counselor and a medieval detective, channeling Sherlock Holmes minus the deerstalker hat, though you wouldn't mind a fedora's gentle breeze right about now. The penitent trembles, admitting to owning a forbidden treatise on celestial spheres attributed to a Christian mystic, later condemned as a sympathizer to Sufi-influenced spiritual ideas. That's a mainstream historical nod by the late 13th century works blending Christian and Islamic mysticism had been deemed dangerous, prompting a wave of confiscations. You shudder recalling Section 3's discussion of demonic masquerades and wonder if the book itself might carry a curse or at least a hefty fine. You take a slow breath, steeling yourself. You know that if you press too hard, you risk pushing the penitent toward a secular tribunal. In some regions, bishops delegated inquisitorial power to local clergy, meaning the priest hearing a heretical confession effectively single-handedly prosecuted the case, no jury, just wood-paneled bias. You can almost see a flashing neon sign above the grill, "Heretic interrogation in progress. Grab your parchment." It's as if every penitent's trembling admission could be typed into a medieval Google Doc and sent to Rome for review, albeit slower than Wi-Fi. Historians still argue whether episcopal oversight truly prevented abuse or simply concentrated power in the hands of a few anxious priests. You sense the penitent's voice waver again. "Father, I attempted to reconcile the Ptolemaic and Copernican models." You nearly laugh. Modern asides are as age-old as grapes turning to wine. The Church had not yet condemned Copernicus outright, but any speculation about the Earth's motion risked suspicion. If the boogeyman was Galileo yet to be born, you're still centuries away from tilt awareness. But in this 14th century scenario, anyone dabbling in unorthodox astronomy was likely to draw inquisitorial scrutiny. You murmur a soothing, "We will examine your devotion to Scripture together," while knowing that the penitent's private musings could land him in a bottom-floor cell in a Franciscan monastery. It's almost comical, like getting a felony for Googling alternative facts in 2025. You pause, noting how your own palms feel clammy. The grille's oak veneer seems to pulse with expectation, as if it's hungry for every syllable to pass through it. You remember Section 9's fear of mispronouncing absolution. Here, misjudging the penitent could mean unleashing the inquisitor's hangman, or at least a very stern letter from the bishop. The penitent's voice cracks, "I prayed with those books, Father. I only sought truth." You swallow, recalling Section 4's priest wrestling with his own sins tonight. You wrestle with the possibility that you might be sending a curious scholar to a dungeon more dank than a forgotten crypt. Your voice softens. Here recall the true magisterium of the Church. We shall guide you toward orthodox understanding. You offer absolution for theological curiosity, framing it as misguided zeal rather than outright heresy. You worry, does absolving an unintentional scholarly quest underplay doctrinal fidelity, or simply protect an honest seeker? Historians still argue whether lenient confessions like this eroded doctrinal purity or prevented needless persecution. In real time, you must decide, do you lean toward mercy and risk setting a lax precedent, or do you recite a harsher penance to shield your parish from inquisitorial visits? Either choice might recoil like a spring. In the flask of silence between words, you feel the booth's walls close in recalling. From Section 6, how confined spaces turn small sounds into earthquake rumbles. Now, a single cough from the penitent sounds like a clock striking doom. You glance at the little shelf where penitents sometimes left tokens today. It holds nothing but a dusty sprig of dried rosemary. Perhaps a token from the penitent's stack rosemary to remember theological roots. Whether those tokens served a mystical purpose or just decorated the shelf remains contested. In any case, that tiny sprig seems frail, easily snuffed by a whisper of wind or a harsh theological decree. You release a breath and speak the absolution formula, carefully choosing each word to signal doctrinal correction without condemning the penitent to inquisitorial flames. As you whisper, "Ego te absolvo, a peccatus tuis," the grille's wood seems to sigh beneath your palm, as though relieved that you didn't seize his forbidden texts for a bonfire. The penitent exhales a sound like a candle guttering against a breeze, then shuffles away humility, weighted by lingering uncertainty. In the stillness, you wonder if your absolution was enough to shield him from future inquisitorial zeal, or merely delayed the inevitable interrogation. Seated alone, you reflect on how confession brimmed with paradox, a place to confess truth, yet also a setting ripe for coercion. You recall Section 7's espionage rivalries. Tonight's rival is doctrinal purity. Some clerics sported notebooks compiling evidence of heretical utterances to present at next synod. That notebook habit was a quirky practice priests calling their Anglican opponents crypto-Catholics, scribbled in margins for posterity. Historians still argue whether these confession notebooks fostered intellectual debate or fueled bulletins calling for public burnings. You stand pressing a hand against the grill and feel its stubborn solidity. The booth's wood seems to murmur, "Trust me, I've heard it all," as if daring you to test its memory. You step out into the cold corridor, the gleaming flicker of torches guiding your path. As you move toward the chapel's exit, you can almost hear a phantom gabble echoing, reminding you that in medieval eyes, confession sometimes blurred into trial and absolution could veer into accusation. Whether that dynamic strengthened the church's authority or undermined its compassion remains a debate penned by scholars in echoing archives. You pass by a row of unlocked pews, each a silent testament to countless confessions, and feel both gratitude and guilt. Gratitude that your absolution offered mercy, and guilt that mercy itself sometimes felt like a reprieve from judgment rather than a genuine healing balm. In the sweet hush of the nave, the choir's faint harmonies drift in like distant bird song, promising a dawn beyond these dark confessional nights. You take a final breath of incense-tinged air, resolved to guard your soul and your penitence from the clang of inquisitorial chains that once rattled through these wooden walls. You slip back into the cool hush of the confessional booth, the grain of the oak under your fingertips, as familiar as an old friend's handshake, except this friend sometimes threatens to beat you with a birch rod. Tonight, you explore how ritual penance, the physical flagellation, the soul-searing fasts, often precipitated more terror in priests' hearts than any whispered heresy. You probably won't survive this chapter without picturing a zealous priest whipping himself until his collarbone peeks through his surplice. So before we begin, like and subscribe. If you enjoy these late-night confessions of churchly neuroses, leave your location and local time below and dim the lights. Turn on a fan for that gentle, calming hum, and let's wade into penance that borders on self-annihilation. The first thing you notice is how the booth's scent of tallow and old pine feels like a cottage of sympathetic magic intended to soothe, but sometimes foreshadowing self-inflicted suffering. In mainstream historical fact, by the 11th and 12th centuries, corporal penance became an established discipline. The church endorsed acts like self-flagellation and prolonged fasting to mirror Christ's own suffering. These extreme practices persisted well into the 15th century, fueled by an obsession with bodily mortification. You can practically feel the tension radiating off the booth's wooden panels, as if small rivulets of blood once seeped into them, marking every hic flagellant in a silent script. Historians still argue whether such penance fostered genuine spiritual renewal or simply nurtured a culture of fanaticism. Imagine a pit of philosophical eels wiggling beneath a monk's mind, ready to spark debate. Leaning forward, you recall Section 10's priest rattling with plague dread. Here the dread is self-imposed, inflicted by a flesh-piercing whip rather than a deadly pathogen. You run a thumb over a carved cross at the grill's edge and imagine each notch representing a lash endured by a contrite soul. Historically, groups known as flagellants formed, traveling from town to town, whipping themselves in public processions, convinced that their blood on the ground would appease divine wrath during plagues. Yet by the 1350s, authorities had banned them, for fear they'd incite social unrest, though fringe stories suggest some flagellants continued in secret, scattering rods like breadcrumbs to hide their path. Historians still argue whether these clandestine floggings genuinely brought communal healing or simply exacerbated misery, drawing pilgrims to witness rituals that teetered on collective hysteria. As you settle onto the cramped bench, you feel goosebumps rise on your arms, perhaps from a draft, perhaps from remembering Section 8's lizard-shifting witches. Here, the chill springs from an invisible dread, watching a man choose pain as a path to penance, hoping to shred his own flesh to earn divine favor. You recall a quirky tidbit in some Venetian monasteries. Priests devised miniature spiked gloves, iron cuffs with protruding nails, so they could perform flagellation discreetly under their robes, as if they were medieval siege warriors stealthily seizing city walls. Whether these gloves were actual monastic innovations or simply lurid tavern tales remains murky. Historians still argue whether these instruments were practical tools of penance or cautionary fabrications to discourage overzealous mortification. You inhale, letting the musty booth air fill your lungs, and notice how your pulse quickens at the memory of a confession from Section 4, where a priest collapsed mid-penance. That memory lingers. He battered his own back until he vomited, bile convinced his self-flagellation would purge sin from his soul. It didn't. Instead, he nearly died of infection, prompting local bishops to mandate milder forms of penance rather than open wounds. In that moment, you wonder whether penance should be an act of humility or if it risks tipping into self-harm, a tightrope walked by countless medieval clerics. Historians still debate whether church councils oversaw penance provisions effectively or simply conceded to popular fervor. A faint drip of wax echoes from the candle above you. Each tiny splat on the grill sounded like a whispered admonition. Be careful. You shift, letting the bench's coarse grain press into your knees, and picture a penitent offering months of bread and water fast, discarding meat entirely, no bacon, no boiled beef, no cured hams. In seasons before industrial refrigeration, such austere diets rapidly led to scurvy, malnutrition, and eventually grievous weakness. Some priests committed to model penitential behavior premised their sanctity on emaciation, walking sunken-eyed and skeletal like saints atop pedestals of self-denial. The fringe belief held that a perfectly emaciated body mirrored Christ's sacrifice. No meat, no wine, only watery gruel and air to sustain a soul. Whether medieval medicine recognized the dangers or simply let these men waste away under the guise of holiness remains a point of contention. Historians still argue whether these feasts of fasting fueled genuine spiritual clarity or merely sowed the seeds of neurological madness. Your throat dries as you picture a confession from Section 7's booth espionage era. A rival monk overheard a penitent bragging, "I beat the priest at fasting, ate nothing but rose petals and dew last month." You stifle a laugh at the absurdity. Modern detox trends have nothing on that regimen, but then remember how competition often spurred more extreme mortification. Brotherhoods sized each other up by who could endure the flesh's most brutal censure. Some monks even kept secret clocks, carefully timing their self-inflicted scourges to ensure uniformity across confraternity beatings. Imagine a group of flagellants comparing stopwatch readings next to a grisly trough of salt water. These details, borderlining fringe folklore and grim fact, stir both fascination and horror in your mind. The grill feels uncomfortably warm under your palm as though it remembers priests trembling with fear during their own acts of penance. You lean in, recalling a marginal note in a worn theological compendium. Beware the penitent who seeks flesh wounds to mask spiritual wounds. That note rings true sometimes. Self-flagellation was less about divine atonement and more about stifling mental anguish, an early unspoken form of existential self-harm, disguised as piety. You sense the same anguish in every whispered "I have sinned," the pent-up guilt screaming behind every grill. In that sense, penance became both deliverance and perdition. If you inflicted too much harm, you risked falling from the line dividing penitence and fanaticism. A faint cough echoes from beyond the booth, and your heart jumps, though you know it's likely a stray parishioner's wife clearing her throat in the nave. Yet, in this enclosed space, every sound blooms into portent. You recall Section 2's priest haunted by demon flea rumors here. You fear that a penitent's cough could reveal a deeper malady, an obsessive need to punish the body. You realize that priests guided these rituals, but also fell victim to them confusing spiritual healing with self-destruction. One Venetian friar, in a fit of zeal, whipped himself until he contracted gangrene, bewildered by the pain he believed necessary to expiate a perceived blasphemy. That anecdote underscores the tenuous edge between sanctity and self-annihilation. You exhale, letting the candle's warm glow soften the booth's harsh outlines, and picture the lively conversation from Section 5, Brother Edmund, railing against anonymous confessions, allowing penitents to escape accountability, contrasting with these corporeal penances that left no room to hide. You smile wryly. Anonymity lets you slip away, but mortification scars you for life. In a way, extreme penance eliminated the possibility of hiding not from the community, but from the self. You shift, noticing your breath condenses like a whisper of frost against the grill's wood, an ephemeral fog of self-reflection. Suddenly, a penitent slips in his hood, hiding a gaunt face hollowed by hunger. He kneels, voice barely audible. "Father, I have fasted for 3 weeks in hope of divine vision." You wince 3 weeks with minimal nourishment risks, irreversible organ damage. Yet his eyes burn with fervor, convinced that spiritual clarity awaits beyond bodily collapse. You take a steadying breath, recalling a mainstream historical practice. Lenten fast traditionally forbade only meat and dairy for 4 days, not total abstention. But fringe sects like the Cathars pushed boundaries to extremes, fostering beliefs that the body was a prison to be escaped. Historians still argue whether such radical fasting stemmed from genuine ascetic tradition or from heretical impulses fueled by disembodied mysticism. Carefully, you stifle a desire to say you'll pass out mid-rondio, but your tone remains pastoral. Brother, intention is noble, but your body is God's temple too. Let us balance devotion with health. You urge him to break the fast with broth and bread, guiding him away from fanaticism before he collapses. He nods, eyes glassy, and in that nod, you see desperation battling obedience. You press a gentle hand through the grill to rest atop his chin and give the final absolution. "I absolve thee, my son, in the name of the Father." You sense the grill's wood absorb the tension, As though relieved, no more whips will be raised today. The penitent shuffles away, and you remain alone, heart pounding. You lean back, recalling Section 9's dread of mispronouncing absolution tonight. You fear misjudging penance. If you had allowed him to starve, his fainting body might have been carted off to the hospital, leaving you second-guessed by bishops. Yet, if you'd forced a milder penance, you might have stifled genuine contrition. That tightrope echoes the larger medieval debate. Do extreme bodily penances force spiritual clarity, or do they fuel a spiral of fanaticism? Historians still argue whether the era's emphasis on mortification invigorated Christian devotion or led to widespread bodily harm concealed under the veil of piety. You rise the bench, creaking in protest, and stretch your legs, your knees popping like tiny oak limbs, bending under weight. You exhale, feeling relief, flood your chest, no wounds infected, no zealots in sight for now. You step out into the nave's faint glow, recalling the distant chant of Psalms from Section 1's introduction. The choir's gentle rhythm offers a counterpoint to the whip's crack, a melody of mercy after mania. You inhale the incense-tinged air, grateful for a reprieve from corporal extremes. Yet you carry this truth of penance meant to heal the soul, could wound the body beyond repair, a reality every medieval cleric knew too well. As you leave the confessional booth's sanctuary/prison, you note how the wood's worn edges absorb each story, each scar left by flagellants and fasting fiends. You step toward the sacristy, aware that tomorrow's first light may bring another soul, seeking absolution through flesh and fasting. You promise yourself to guide them, gently steering clear of fanaticism's razor edge. The medieval confessional, you realize, was both clinic and crucible healing, some while harming others. Even as you emerge into the chapel's glow, you feel the echo of oak and incense, a reminder that extreme penance's shadows stretch long through every whispered "I have sinned" and every quivering leap for mercy. You step back into the confessional booth one final time before the light fades, sensing how centuries of anxiety linger in the wood like an old lament. Tonight, you explore how private confession anxiety, once a roaring blaze of dread, gradually cooled into a dull ember as communal confession emerged, offering worn-out priests a measure of relief. You probably won't survive this without picturing your own secrets whispered not to a lone priest, but voiced among a group, each face masked behind penitential hoods. Remember to like and subscribe. If you appreciate these twilight journeys through ecclesiastical evolution, drop your location and local time below. Then dim the lights and let your fan murmur like distant psalters as we wade into how transformations in penance reshaped clerical fears. Sinking onto the narrow bench, you feel the ghostly echo of Section 13's flagellant terrors. Priests whipping froth from their own backs, convinced pain was the path to purity. But by the dawn of the 17th century, the Council of Trent's reforms, another mainstream historical fact, had introduced alternate penances, promoting communal confession and general absolution in particular circumstances. No longer was every soul required to shuffle alone into that cramped wooden hutch, clutching rosary beads and hidden anxieties. Instead, penitents could confess major sins once a year in a communal setting, reciting assigned acts of contrition together on appointed feast days. You can almost taste the relief, A chorus of "I confess" muffled by shared penance replaced that solitary nightmarish hush. Historians still argue whether this shift fostered superficial communal ritual or encouraged genuine collective penance. You sense that debate simmering like incense in the rafters. As you peer through the grille's lattice, you picture a parish gathering on Ash Wednesday, the hum of dozens of voices rising like lenticular clouds, each admission of "I have sinned," blending into a single wave. In that moment, individual guilt diluted into a sea of shared remorse, and priests once drenched in solitary burdens found solace in guiding a group rather than bearing one person's crushing confession. That anonymity, no longer absolute but partially concealed behind murmured absolution, helped priests avoid the nightmares of freakish tete-a-tete confessions detailed in Section 2. You lean back, fingertips grazing the grille's carved edge, and imagine that the wood once echoing a single, trembling voice now reverberates with a dozen harmonized admissions. Your mind drifts to a quirky tidbit. In certain Italian villages, communal confession services called confessioni collettive were accompanied by free bread distribution afterward, encouraging penitents to kneel for miles on frost-hardened ground, knowing a warm morsel awaited their penitent tongues. Some believed that breaking bread in unison after shared confession knitted parishioners' hearts together like corded wheat. Whether this practice fostered deeper community bonds or simply lured villagers out into winter's chill remains contested. Historians still argue whether these bread and confess rituals were genuine pastoral outreach or a ploy to boost loaves sold by church-run bakeries. Leaning forward, you recall Section 11 scandals fueled by leaked private confessions. Here, in communal confession, spilled secrets had a better chance of remaining anonymous. Multiply confessed sins whispered among dozens were less likely to be singled out by gossip-hungry ears. The confessional grill, once the sole avenue for clandestine slip-ups, became less pivotal. Now priests delivered general absolution en masse, "I absolve you all," and like a waterfall, absolution cascaded through the crowd. That moment of liturgical resonance turned individual revelation into collective release, easing priests' fear that a single confession might land them in a public scandal. You settle more comfortably on the bench, noting how the bench's hard grain feels less accusatory by comparison. The anxiety that once bound priests to sleepless nights, worrying they'd mispronounce per indulgentiam or inadvertently become accomplices to witchcraft, gradually receded. Even so, tensions remained. Communal confession could let some skimp on contrition, treating penance like a fast pass at an amusement park. Some clerics complained that parishioners attended confession thrice times a year with stale confessions, "I still lie to my wife," filling the chapel's air with rote repetition rather than heartfelt repentance. Historians still argue whether the convenience of communal confession diluted genuine remorse or merely adjusted the rhythm of spiritual accountability. Your breath catches at a memory of Section 9's doctrinal dread. Mispronounced absolution no longer held the same catastrophic weight if delivered in a room of hundreds rather than face-to-face. Yet a new fear arose, the pressure to manage crowds to ensure that general absolution didn't become a perfunctory chant. Priests, now trained to read collective body language, scanning for fidgeting penitents, occasional coughs, or a penitent's attempt to sneak out early. The acoustic nightmare shifted from a claustrophobic booth to a bustling pew. Every cough might signal a soul unprepared for communal absolution, a potential spiritual relapse. That shift felt like trading a lonely dungeon for a crowded amphitheater. You exchange one kind of dread for another. You press a hand to the grill's polished surface, recalling Section 3's stories of demon possession rumors seeping through wooden slats. In communal confession, demonological fears muted. You no longer listened for singular horned phantom murmurs, but guided a chorus of devotees chanting mea culpa. Yet even communal settings had their own superstitions. In rural France, some believed that if a certain number of penitents gathered for communal confession under a full moon, they risked conjuring sylphs, airy spirits that would dance on the church roof until dawn. Whether that belief held any water, or was simply a way to dissuade night journeys to chapel, remains a matter of scholarly debate, an echo of Section 8's witch and demon-related panics. Still, the shift eased priests' own spiritual load. Instead of bearing the burden of countless whispered horrors, murder plans, sacrilege, blasphemies, priests could distribute absolution like loaves at a breadline, granting mercy in collective measure rather than individualized doses. It's as if guilt became less jagged, smoothed by shared ritual. You lean forward, breathing in the dusty booth air, and picture the theological pamphlets from Section 5, where Brother Edmund and Sister Marjorie debated anonymity. Perhaps they'd smile, seeing how anonymity moderated into community solidarity without forcing absolute disclosures. Historians still argue whether communal penance effectively balanced privacy and accountability, or if it simply created a new tier of performance-driven devotion where penitents jostled to prove their contrition. Your fingers trace a carved corner near a tiny notch, perhaps once used to hang a small scapular or penitential cord. You recall Section 13's self-flagellation gloves. Now communal rites offered wet ashes on foreheads instead of scars on flesh. On Ash Wednesday, marked by a trace of ash, not blood, parishioners embraced a shared sign of penance. Remember that you are dust. As if the city itself stood inside the clinic of humility. The confessional booth, once a crucible of private agonies, now functioned more like a podium for pastoral guidance. You almost feel a measure of gratitude. The transition from private to communal penance reshaped the booth from solitary indictment to collective healing lounge. Yet not all anxiety evaporated. Priests still worried, would communal absolution trivialize penance? Would penitents wake up Sunday morning feeling absolved by rote ritual skipping personal change? That fear festered like a simmering lament, bubbling beneath every genuflection. A mainstream historical critique surfaced in mid-17th century Spain, where theologians admonished that rapid communal absolution risked spiritual boredom, likening it to watering flowers too often. Their roots weakened. Historians still argue whether this critique proved valid, asking if communal rites nurtured lasting faith or just a fleeting sense of relief. Standing in the booth, you feel echoes of that vigilance, aware that easing one fear might birth another. A faint echo from the nave drifts in, perhaps a choir, rehearsing a sign that the world outside the booth continues its liturgical dance. You close your eyes, recalling Section 6's claustrophobic acoustics and Section 7's intrigue-filled haze. Now, communal confession emerges as an agent of pastoral pragmatism. Instead of racing through an endless line of individual whispers, priests could focus on teaching collective scripture passages during catechism classes, addressing common sins like slander, avarice, or neglect of charity. That shift felt akin to swapping a GPS that guided each traveler separately for a communal roadmap, where shared prompts offered direction for all. Yet some priests missed the intimacy, the hush of two souls in a wooden hutch. That personal bond, as tenuous as it was, vanished beneath the clamor of rising voices. You rise from the bench, the wood groaning like an old choir chair that's seen better days. You sense how the booth's form has transformed, yet its essence endures a space that once kept anxieties locked inside, now opened into a chamber of shared vulnerability. You exit into the nave's half-light, recalling Section 1's first confessional booths, born from Fourth Lateran mandates, evolving through plague anxieties, witch panics, doctrinal fears, and now emerging into communal practice that offered renewed hope. You look at the aisles, imagining penitents kneeling in pews, their collective voices rising above the scent of incense, a choir of "I have sinned," smoothing the once jagged edges of guilt. As you step outside into the chapel's twilight, you carry the sense that the confessional booth, though quieter, now still echoes with centuries of transformation. It's no longer a solitary prison of suspicion, but part of a broader tapestry of shared faith. You recall those carved crosses on the grill, each a reminder that mercy endures even as rituals change. Communal confession may not erase all anxiety. Priests still wonder if penance is sincere, if rituals ring true, but it softened the solitary weight, offering a measure of communal solidarity. Yet you also recognize that, like any reform, it carried the risk of superficial compliance. Perhaps the true remedy lies not in private boxes or public assemblies, but in each penitent's willingness to seek genuine change, both individually and collectively. You step into the confessional booth one last time, where the musty scent of aged oak and lingering incense feels like a bridge between medieval fears and modern uncertainties. Now you reflect on how the anxieties that once plagued priests of demonic interference, doctrinal missteps, and scandalous leaks have quietly transformed into contemporary debates about privacy, anonymity, and transparency in spiritual practice. You probably won't survive this without picturing your own smartphone taped to the grill, recording every whispered "Forgive me, Father," as though confession were another social media broadcast. Remember to like and subscribe if you enjoy these twilight meditations on the evolution of sacred spaces. Drop your location and local time below. Then dim the lights, let your fan hum its soothing chant, and let's trace how echoes of medieval confessional dread ripple through modern faith communities. You settle onto the familiar bench, pressing a palm against the grill's lattice, and realize the physical confessional booth is increasingly rare. Many churches now offer open room reconciliation corners or digital confession apps. A mainstream historical fact, the Second Vatican Council, 1962-1965, encouraged a return to early Christian practices, promoting both communal penance services and flexible options for private confession, leading to a decline in traditional enclosed confessionals. Today, some parishes feature simple kneelers facing a blank wall for anonymous confession, while others encourage face-to-face discussions or even allow confession via secure online platforms. Historians still argue whether these innovations honor the sacrament's essence or dilute its solemnity. As you run your fingers over the grill, you wonder, is anonymity genuinely preserved when a digital log can track IP addresses? Does technological convenience enhance penance, or does it reduce it to a checkbox on a religious app? Those questions swirl like incense smoke, teasing at your conscience. You lean forward, recalling Section 9's fear of mispronouncing absolution. Now imagine a priest reading absolution from a teleprompter pixels, substituting for parchment scrolls. Modern clergy sometimes record pre-scripted absolutions that penitents can access at any hour, introducing a quirky tidbit. One popular smartphone app offers confession reminders with push notifications pinging you at 3 p.m. on Fridays to remember your weekly reconciliation. Whether such digital nudges actually rekindle genuine contrition or encourage perfunctory clicks is a debate that theologians still argue about. You can almost hear a scholarly conference arguing, is digital penance authentic or just another form of moral convenience? You inhale the booth's faint aroma, part incense, part laminated pamphlets advertising parish events, and notice how a small plaque now instructs penitents to sanitize their hands and keep 6 feet of spiritual and physical distance. In the wake of pandemic protocols, some churches piped in recorded confessions from off-site priests, captured anonymously and played through speakers. The aluminum grill is gone, replaced by plexiglass shields and sanitized kneeling pads. That adaptation to public health needs underscores how modern concerns can reshape ancient rituals just as easily as medieval paranoia once did. Fringe rumor suggests some parishes filled confessionals with UV lights to purify both virus and sin. Historians still argue whether these pandemic-era modifications were pastoral necessities or overreactions that inadvertently fostered a new layer of fear, this time of germ contagion rather than demonic contagion. You sense how the booth's once ominous wood feels friendlier today, softened by the knowledge that legal protections like the seal of confession, recognized in many jurisdictions, shield priests from being compelled to reveal confessions in court. That mainstream legal safeguard emerged in English common law by the 17th century, stemming from concerns that allowing confessional evidence in trials would inhibit free disclosure. Now that legal precedent exists in many modern democracies, though debates continue, should priests testify if a penitent admits to imminent harm? Historians and legal scholars still argue whether exceptions to the confessional seal are warranted when public safety is at stake, or if any breach undermines religious liberty. You wonder how a medieval priest might have reacted to a 21st century subpoena demanding his pen-derived notes. You shift, noticing the booth's lighting has changed to soft LED, replacing the flickering candle. Those modern LEDs mimic candlelight, but never waver in a breeze, and they cost a fraction of beeswax candles. A quirky contemporary detail, one high-tech church in Scandinavia installed confession pods with soundproofing and mood lighting that adjusts to the penitent's chosen level of privacy, pairing each color scheme with calming choral music. Historians still argue whether these aesthetic upgrades enhance spiritual ambiance or distract from inward reflection. You press your forehead against the glass panel, imagining that your own reflected face, bathed in gentle blue light, might feel more like a virtual reality headset than a sacred confessional. Yet, if you believe the medium influences the message, then perhaps a tranquil LED glow could ease some modern anxieties, lighting a path back to genuine contrition. You straighten up recalling Section 12's mini-Inquisition accounts today. Many dioceses emphasize pastoral accompaniment over judicial-style probing. A contemporary penitential practice sometimes involves a brief conversation followed by a communal exchange of absolution reminiscent of the early church tradition. In fact, some Protestant denominations, once critical of private confession, now offer healing circles where congregants share burdens, allowed blending ritual penance with group therapy. This ecumenical borrowing surprises many. A ritual once steeped in medieval dread now reemerges as communal support. Historians still argue whether such interdenominational practices honor the integrity of sacramental confession or risk conflating faith-based penance with secular counseling. You feel a pang. If a medieval priest feared demonic whisperers behind the grill, would a modern pastor fear that an open mic might amplify gossip rather than grace? You lean on the grill fingertips, brushing the faint dust of decades. You sense how the confessional's purpose has migrated from curbing heresy and demonic panic to addressing fractured mental health or navigating moral complexities in a fast-paced, digitally saturated world. Now, a penitent might confess to online addictions or workplace misconduct, sins unimaginable in medieval times. Technologies like encrypted video calls promise confidentiality, yet also raise alarm that hackers might intercept private words. You imagine a digital demon lurking in servers capturing contrition transcripts for some evil algorithm. Historians still argue whether such fears are modern-day analogs of medieval demonology or simply overblown tech paranoia. A gentle hum from an adjacent cry room drifts in parents pacing with restless infants reconnecting with their faith amid diapers and lullabies. That modern reality, camping out in church while toddlers scream, would have baffled medieval clergy, yet it reveals how confession must accommodate real lives. In response, some parishes offer drive-through confession, where priests sit under tents and parking lots, hearing confessions through car windows. Historians still debate if these innovations honor centuries-old traditions or reduce penance to a fast food experience. Would you like absolution with a side of mini donuts? You smirk, but also appreciate the pastoral creativity, recognizing that medieval bishops would marvel at this adaptation. You exhale as the booth's single red lamp flickers off, signaling the end of scheduled confession times. No battered bench lies ahead, no carved initials recording centuries of whispered confessions. Only a clean kneeler corded to an outlet for occasional sanitizing spritzes. You rise, stepping into the nave where LED candles replace flame and a digital screen announces live stream Mass at 7 p.m. You recall Section 1's introduction. Hey guys, tonight, we now mirrored by YouTube parish channels reaching audiences worldwide. The confessional's physical confines may be shrinking, but its spiritual relevance persists, just as medieval anxieties endured through evolving rituals. You step out into the late evening stillness, recalling every section's echoes, from medieval dread of demon fleas and doctrinal missteps to modern fears of cyber eavesdropping and pandemic contagions. The confessional booth, though, now rarer, lives on in hearts and pixels alike, a testament to humanity's perpetual wrestling with sin, secrecy, and mercy. As you leave this booth behind, you sense how across centuries people have sought solace in confession's promise of mercy. Despite lingering doubts about privacy, authenticity, and the weight of unspoken guilt, the gentle hush has settled around you like a soft quilt tucked beneath midnight stars. In these last moments, let your shoulders drop and your breath lengthen. Picture the wooden grill dissolving into warm candlelight, each carved cross melding into the glow of shared humanity. Release the lingering tension of centuries. No longer must you fear demon whispers, doctrinal missteps, or rogue sextons leaking sin-laden scrolls. Here, in this quiet, let forgiveness wash over you like a gentle tide, smoothing the broken stones of ancient anxieties. Imagine a candle's flame dwindling its light, retreating into the stillness, carrying away the echoes of medieval whispers. In their place, feel the warmth of communal understanding, a chorus of softly spoken "I'm sorry" rising like dawn mist, lifting from the fields. Allow the rhythmic hum of a distant fan or the faint creak of wooden floors to cradle your thoughts. Each small sound becomes a reminder that you are safe, held in a tradition that, though steeped in struggle, ultimately reaches toward compassion. Now, envision stepping out beneath a moonlit sky where shadows dance across stone walls, not as harbingers of dread, but as witnesses to your resilience. Recall the penitent's courage, the priest's tremble, the community's solidarity, the tapestry of countless souls seeking grace. Close your eyes and imagine that tapestry unraveling threads of guilt, gently snipped away, leaving soft fibers of peace. And as you drift further into rest, let your last thoughts dwell on mercy's quiet power, unbroken by time, undimmed by devices, unspoiled by fear. You carry within you both the weight of confession and the lightness of forgiveness. Now, let the darkness embrace you, unburdened, as you drift into a calm, restorative sleep. Sweet dream. End of script. Sweet dreams.